Clerk, is there a quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
To be rung for 10 minutes. And this is in line with the standing orders of the Senate, and that is Standing Order 39 and Standing Order 40. Under the Senate Standing Order 39, the required quorum before the Senate can sit is 15 senators, and the quorum at the commencement of a sitting under that provision of Standing Order 40 is that at the commencement of a sitting, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is the process that is going on now. The quorum bell is being rung for 10 minutes so that members of the Senate can get into the chambers for the start of this afternoon session. Just to keep you abreast with what is going on, can see that we have the legal team of the County Assembly that is on your screen now, led by one Dr. Mudomi Diankolu. And there is also Morioki, an advocate at Kawira too. And just to guide the listeners on what is going on, the governor is now adducing his evidence, and that evidence shall, that the witness who was on the stand before the Senate went for lunch or broke for lunch will take the stand again for cross-examination by the County Assembly, and thereafter if there is any re-examination. And the governor had indicated, can see the legal team of the governor led by Elisha Ongoya and Elias Mutuma, and there is Okubasu Duncan. They are ready to give evidence in trying to defend the impeachment of the governor. And the governor indicated in the morning that she was going to call for witnesses, and the third witness is coming back for cross-examination rather. And once that is done, you can see there is the county governor for Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, together with her lawyer, Elias Mutuma. Once the Senate resumes, the governor will have to call her final witness rather, and thereafter, the senators will have an opportunity to field questions and requests for clarification by senators. And once that is done, then the Senate will continue rather to hear the closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly. And they will have 1 hour or 60 minutes to do so. And after the County Assembly has made their closing statements and remarks on this matter, the Senate will have the governor rather will have her 60 minutes or 1 hour to make a closing statement on that impeachment. And then the Senate now, after that, will resort to debate on that motion for impeachment, and thereafter vote on whether to impeach the governor for Meru County or not to uphold that impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru. Just see the quorum bell has stopped ringing. The speaker is on. The speaker is, we hand over, we see if there is quorum. Yeah.
Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza the governor of Meru County.
Now, I'm informed when we took the lunch break, witness Dixon Munene was on the stand, and he was being cross-examined by the county assembly team, and that they had 30 minutes to conclude that cross-examination. So kindly let the witness take the stand, and counsel for the county assembly, you may now proceed with the cross-examination. You have 30 minutes.
Belong to the governor.
Regulate me, there is an AIE order under that office.
There is an AIE hold, of course, but the document is clear. These are transactions in the office
of the governor.
Good. Please confirm, Mr. Munene, that the governor's explanation for all these prepayments is that they were impressed. Is that what the record shows?
That is not what the governor's explanation is.
Sergeant at times, is there a problem with the witness's microphone? And Mr. Mnene, when you're responding, get closer to the microphone so that we can hear your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's now clearer.
Mr. Munene, you know there is a matter on the record. Are you saying the governor's explanation is not that the prepayments on these IFMIs were impressed, that our sister Rose Kinya and the other officers were holding?
The explanation is that it's a recurrent expenditure.
Can I refer you to page 8 of the governor's response? Are you there, Mr. Monene?
No, I am not.
Page 8 of the governor's response, Mr. Speaker.
Tell my advocate to guide me with documents. Tell them to give me the documents.
At page 8, paragraph 1.1.12, what is the explanation the governor offers?
As late as 15th August 2023, the mover of the motion at the County Assembly publicly through his Facebook page stated that the PA, driver and protocol people were entitled to facilitation. That's a statement of fact.
What does she say at paragraph 1.1.7 of our defense?
So which page?
Page 7.
However, no embezzlement of funds has been established. Rose receives money as an imprest holder from time to time as per DMs.
Good. So you agree with me, sir, the governor's explanation for these prepayments, specifically the ones to our sister, is impressed. It's there in black and white, Mr. Monene.
Yes, I agree, it's impressed.
Good. To the best of your knowledge of the law, sir, can a public officer hold two imprests at the same time?
What do you mean by two impressed?
Exactly that. Two imprests. Can an officer hold two concurrent imprests?
Yes.
Are you familiar, sir, with the Public Finance Management in bracket County Government Regulations of 2015?
Yes, I am.
Can you read Regulation 93, paragraph 4, subparagraph B?
Regulation 93, it's on classes of imprests.
Yes.
An imprest shall be issued for a specific purpose, and any payments made from it shall be only for the purposes specified in the imprest warrant. There are two types of imprests, namely temporary or safari imprests and standing imprests.
If you pause there, the imprest alluded to in the governor's response is the temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
I don't get the allusion.
You just read for us, there are two types of imprest.
Yes.
One is standing, and the other one is temporary, also known as safari. Now back to the defense you read for the governor. Didn't she say these were imprest for per diems?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree with me, the governor's explanation refers to temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And in fact, we are told in subparagraph 3 that these are meant for official journeys. Correct or incorrect from the regulation?
Where?
The same page you're looking at, regulation 93, subparagraph 3.
Says that temporary imprests shall be issued mainly in respect of official journeys and are intended to provide officers with funds with which they can meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses.
Sir, is it possible for an officer to be on several safaris on the same day so that they would have several imprests on the same day?
I don't think there is a place where we have gotten several imprests on
Just
the same
answer
day.
my question, sir. We'll get there. Is it possible for a human being to be on 5 safaris on the same day?
It depends.
It depends.
Yes.
That takes me to paragraph 4, subparagraph B. Can you read it for the Senate?
Still on Regulation 93?
Of course, sir.
Before issuing temporary imprests under paragraph 2, the accounting officer shall ensure that the main objective of the journey cannot be achieved by other cheaper means. B, the applicant has no outstanding imprests.
Good.
C,
The accounting officer.
Today, November 8th, just 2 minutes to time for today's second session of the afternoon sitting, just a day before the President of the Republic of Kenya makes his way to Parliament tomorrow to host and deliver his State of the Nation address in accordance with Article 132(1) of the Constitution, which provides that the President must address a special sitting of Parliament at least once every year and may address Parliament at any other time. The President tomorrow is also expected to report on an address on all measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred in Article 10 and to publish the Gazette and the details of the measures' progress under the subparagraph. Tomorrow, being a special sitting, both houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate, are expected at 2:30 to be on the main chamber, that on the National Assembly, for the State of the Nation address, which is the second State of the Nation address by the head of state, President William Ruto. Today, the National Assembly is expected to consider a couple of motions and bills, and also the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Professor Kithure Kindiki, is expected in the House today in pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42A 6B in order to answer to the questions in the plenary. The Cabinet Secretary for Administration and for National Administration and Interior is expected to explain, among other things, the status of investigations onto the disappearance of a couple of people, Ms. Esther Ruguru of Mathioya constituency, and to clarify whether any suspects have been apprehended or questioned in connections with the disappearance. Also is expected to explain the circumstances that has led to death and dumping of 12-year-old Jasmine Njoki's body at Mbaruk Center in Gilgil after she was dropped off by Roots Academy bus on 19 September 2023, and whether the state has had actions taken to apprehend and prosecute suspects in connection to the murder of the minor.
Clerk, is there a quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
be rung for 10 minutes. And this is in line with the standing orders of the Senate, and that is Standing Order 39 and Standing Order 40. Under the Senate Standing Order 39, the required quorum before the Senate can sit is 15 senators, and the quorum at the commencement of a sitting under that provision of Standing Order 40 is that at the commencement of a sitting, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is the process that is going on now. The quorum bell is being rung for 10 minutes so that members of the Senate can get into the chambers for the start of this afternoon session. Just to keep you abreast with what is going on, can see that we have the legal team of the County Assembly that is on your screen now, led by one Dr. Mudomi Diankolu. And there is also Muriuki, an advocate at Mawera too. And just to guide the listeners on what is going on, the governor is now adducing his evidence, and that evidence shall, that the witness who was on the stand before the Senate went for lunch or broke for lunch will take the stand again for cross-examination by the County Assembly, and thereafter if there is any re-examination. And the governor had indicated, can see the legal team of the governor led by Elisha Ongoya and Elias Mutuma, and there is Okubasu Duncan.
I may not entirely be in a position to respond.
You're not in a position?
Yes. But what I know is that this is a blank form that has been photocopied by the driver.
Has the driver come to testify here, sir, to say that he photocopied this form?
I'm giving that explanation.
Yes, but you are not the person who can tell us it was a photocopy. It is the driver who can say that. You are a lawyer, you know, correct or incorrect?
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
And you are aware as the lawyer, the only person who can tell the Senate that form was photocopied is the one who photocopied it. Correct or incorrect? Is that the law, Mr. Munene?
Sorry?
Is it the law that you're speaking to hearsay when you say it is a photocopy? Did you witness the photocopying?
I know it has been photocopied.
Did you witness with your 2 eyes, Mr. Munene, photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy. Mr. Speaker, I led my remaining minutes to Mr. Maranya to do the remainder of our cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the witness is my classmate. Nevertheless, I'll proceed to do the cross-examination. Mr. Munene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please confirm to this House that you are not in charge of County Public Service Board.
County Public Service Board is an autonomous body at the county government.
Very good. It's an autonomous body in the county government.
Yes, established under the County Government Act.
Meaning it's an independent government, or arm of a government. Sorry, independent organ of a government, county government.
Yes.
Please confirm that matters employment falls within the realm of the County Public Service Board. Matters employment in the county government of Mayo.
matters recruitment. Matters employment fall both in terms of employees under the public service and also the County Public Service Board when it comes to recruitment.
Well, please confirm again that there's a specific spokesperson of the County Public Service Board other than yourself.
The County Public Service Board has established it as a secretary who is also the CEO of the board.
CEO and the spokesperson of the board.
The Act does not say that he's a spokesperson, but I know he's a secretary and the CEO.
In other words, can you speak on behalf of the board?
No.
No. You have made an allegation that the payment of one Dr. Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi, Paul Moaki, was done in accordance with the court order. Is that so? You still making the same argument?
Yes, I do.
I want to refer you to the letters that sent the stated persons on compulsory leave. Are you there?
Which page are you referring to?
This page 336 of the County Assembly, Volume 2. Are you there? Kindly mindful of time.
Yes, I am.
Please read the second sentence, beginning with while on compulsory leave.
While on compulsory leave,
yes,
you will be entitled to your full salary,
yes,
and other benefits that go
with your
contract.
Very well.
Yes.
That means this letter is dated when?
6th of September 2022.
6th of September 2022. Written by who? Is it the County Secretary?
It is signed by Rufus Meriti.
What is the designation of that particular person?
Used to be a county secretary and head of public service.
While on compulsory leave, you'll be entitled to your full salary and other benefit that goes with your contract. That's all? Please confirm that the court order dated 7th of October 2022 did not order the county government to pay salaries. Please confirm that particular court order. You can refer to it in the court order of 7th of October 2022.
It's on which page?
For page 418. Sorry, 416, sorry, my apologies. Does it make reference to salaries?
For which volume?
It can be shown by my colleague. Page 416 of the Governance Bible. Sorry, on the County Assembly Bible. Does it speak of, does it order the county secretary as well as the county governor to pay the petitioners their salaries? Please, mindful of time.
Okay, the order issues conservatory orders.
Does it order you to pay, does it order the governor to pay salaries as well as salaries? Does it speak of a salary in that? The order number one. It is
yes, the interpretation of that order indicates that salaries should be paid.
Where specifically?
By restraining the respondents, whether by themselves, their offices, or their servants or agents whatsoever, from implementing the impugned decisions contained in the letters.
Where does the letter that you read is so express on payment of salaries? This particular one, does it speak of salaries payment?
This particular order freezes the letter on compulsory leave.
Does not talk on salaries. It is a factual.
No, a subsequent one talks on salary.
No, not this one. We are going to the
not this one that you're talking about.
This one does not order you to pay the salaries.
No, but there is a subsequent one in the same matter, which you appear for the petitioners.
Do you still want to maintain that your government, that you are ordered by the court to pay salaries?
Yes, I still maintain that.
In accordance to?
In accordance to the court order.
Court order dated?
Let me take you there.
Court order dated? Kindly, mindful of time again.
Yes. The court order dated.
I'm only interested with the date. Dated when?
You're interested with the payment of salaries.
No, what is the date of that court order? What is the date of that court order?
19th October 2023.
19th October 2023, a year later. Confirm it's a year later. The other one is dated 7th of October 2022. That is a court order that came a year later. True
That wants to confirm whether they are being paid their salaries.
Yes, please confirm whether it's a year later. I want to refer you to page number 34 of the County Assembly Badu, volume 2. Pages 34, sorry. It's a copy of the payslip. Are you there?
Page
34 of our Badu.
Yes.
The payslip is dated March 2023.
Yes, it's for the salary of 2023 March.
March.
Yes.
Very well. Now I want you to the final question. The very final, Honourable Speaker. Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities?
Sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities? Is it the County Public Service Board?
No, the County Public Service Board does not have that responsibility to employ on acting capacity.
Yes. Who has that responsibility?
The County Public Service Board can only employ in acting capacity where it has the responsibilities of employing those other, filling that position in substantive.
I am asking a simple question. Matters employment, whether in acting or substantive capacity, whose responsibility is that? In other words, I can refer you to section 59(1)(b) of the County Government Act.
I know section 64 also explains further that a public officer can employ in acting capacity, deployment, or designation.
Honourable Speaker, could I have just 2 minutes to wind up? My apologies. Just 2 minutes. I don't want to act outside the timelines. But I could have just...
Okay, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well, thank you. I want to refer you to your letter, signed by yourself on page 347 of your bundle. Of your index. (347), quickly, please. Dated 9th of March 2023.
Yes, I am there.
347.
Yes, I am there.
Who is that individual that you are appointing to act in an active capacity as Director of External Partnership?
I am deploying.
You are deploying?
Yes.
To act from where to where?
I'm deploying
from?
To the Directorate of External Partnership. Still within the...
From where to where?
Not from where to where, because it's still within that department.
It's very clear, from Office Administrator, Office of the Deputy Governor, to Directorate of External
Partnership Affairs.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did you have the powers to do that in accordance to section 59(1)(b) of the County Public Service Board?
In accordance to section 64, I had the powers to.
When you are doing this particular responsibility,
yes.
Were you not acting under the directions of the governor?
No, I was acting as the acting county secretary and head of public service when we did not have that, when that position had not been filled.
You are deploying this person specifically to the office of the governor. True or not true?
That person was still in the office of the governor as an administrator to the deputy governor.
I'll make reference to one Edwin Murangeri, Kenneth Mweti Riongo, Gitobun Kanata, who are acting chief officers. Were these particular persons chief officers of substantive departments before they were deployed to act in those respective capacities?
Which one, sir?
I will refer you to pages 295 of volume 2. Are you there?
The County Assembly's document?
Yes, yes, page 295.
Yes, I am.
Please read item number 6 on Elijah Kimathi Ntonjera. Just after the word food security, read the next.
To move from the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives to Department of Agriculture and Food Security as the acting chief officer.
As acting chief officer.
Yes.
Please also read number 3, Kobia Faith Kadure.
To move to Department of Economic Planning and ICT to perform the functions.
Now, very last, in acting capacity again. Very last, read number 12, Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Very last.
To move from Department of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration to Department of Trade and Cooperatives to perform the functions of the Chief Officer Trade.
In number 12, is there a reference to in acting capacity? Number 12, that's Kenneth Mweti Riongo.
No, because it's a deployment.
Is there a reference to acting capacity?
There is no, because it's a deployment.
There is no, I take that.
Yes.
Did this particular person go through the...
Council, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council for Governor, would you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Speaker,
Council,
sir,
how much time?
I will take 5 minutes or less.
Good.
Now, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Dickson Munene. And one of the questions is about your status in the county government. You have told this House in cross-examination that you were the county secretary or acting county secretary, or that you were holding on to more than one docket. Can you explain that in detail and the circumstances under which that happened?
Okay. When on 30th September of 2022, the governor nominated myself together with 9 others for appointment as CECs. And the list was forwarded to the Assembly. Only 3 of us were approved. And on 2nd of November 2022, when we assumed office as a CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management and Administration, it effectively meant that the term of the other CCs had lapsed. And then the governor, to reorganize the executive in such a way that I had to own some position in acting capacity. When we came here for the impeachment motion last year on December, there's an issue that arose that the position of the county secretary had not been properly filled. And the governor, there was a recommendation that the position of the county secretary should be properly filled. That is through advertisement and recruitment and approval by the assembly, the county assembly. So the process began, and thereafter I was given the position to act as the acting county secretary and head of public service, while still owning my substantive position of the CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management.
Okay, so it's that context that you have given this testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, who are said to have embezzled funds from the county? Are they county officials or other citizens?
Sorry?
Who are said to have embezzled the funds? Who are claimed to have embezzled funds? In terms of designation, or is it correct to say that these are public officials who are attached to the county? Is that correct? That's allegation?
Yes.
And these are under your docket, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that it is in that capacity that you are giving your testimony today?
Yes, because these are officers that are under public service.
My good friend, Mr. Thiankolu, made reference to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and the issues of incurring expenditure prior. What is your explanation about that?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to it.
Or
He
let me
referred
put it
to-
more directly,
Yes.
is it unlawful for a prepayment to be made? That is the submission.
It is not unlawful for a prepayment to be made,
Yes.
because the regulations that he referred to, if you go to Regulation 91 of the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, Regulation 91, Regulation 1 states that for the purposes of this subpart, an interest is a form of cash advance, which is a prepayment, or a float which the accounting officer may authorize to be issued to officers who, in the course of duty, are required to make payments which cannot conveniently be made through the cash office of a government entity or bank account. So this is where prepayments comes in.
Okay, so that is a legal basis for prepayments.
Yes.
Who is the accounting officer or the AIE holder in the office of the governor?
I indicated there's a chief officer. Initially, there used to be a chief of staff.
Are there mechanisms of accountability in respect to those to those holders, those office holders?
Yes, there are.
Is there a distinction between IFMIS and imprest?
Yes, there is.
Just in brief summary, so that we, to the best of your understanding.
The interest is those prepayments and advances.
Yes.
IFMIS, it's actually a generated document from the IFMIS, which indicates the payments that have been made.
Indicates a payment that has been made.
Yes.
Okay. There was reference to payments that were made during the tenure of Governor Kiraitu, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
Can you confirm, if it's true or not, that those payments were made actually on the same date? Is that something you're able to confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
Is that the position?
It is the position.
So that the fact that a payment is made on a single day doesn't mean that that becomes an impeachable offense.
Yeah, and actually, and indicated the reasons why these payments are made on a single day is because at times the county can take 2 months or so, 3 months before the funds are released to the county. During this period, officers are sent to places. During this period, activities are going on. The county is still running. But on the basis that when these funds land to the county the account, then those people who have incurred expenses, they are going to claim those expenses, and the expenses might be paid in a day, even 5 of them, when the money is available.
So that is not irregular?
Yes, it is very regular.
Okay, we will, there was an issue I wanted to clarify about the court order. I saw the stay order, what you meant, what you understood by the stay order and what it meant.
Yes, what I meant is that after these particular officers were given letters, were sent on compulsory leave, the court order froze that letter. Those letters sending them on compulsory leave, meaning that they are entitled to their benefits and salaries as a consequence of that court order.
Okay. We can then answer the last question, which was very difficult, with its simple answer. Mr. Mudomi asked you about a worksheet, and he put you to task whether it was a photocopy or not. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Was that document the original?
It was not the original.
So it must have been a copy.
It must have been a copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we will have 10 minutes for questions and clarifications, starting with Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question will go to the Council for the Governor. And let me start by saying that Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear in regards to the powers of the County Assembly in regards to being able to summon for any person to appear for purposes of giving evidence or information, and part B of that compels for the production of documents. On volume 2, page 31 and page 32, we have letters that the CEC had been requested to be able to issue audited reports for financial year 22-23, knowing very well we are currently in financial year 23-24. And apparently, the response to the letter indicated that still, the Auditor General was in the process of auditing the financial statements, which forms part of the response that they had requested. And yet, we have already closed financial year 22 and 23. So I would like a clarification as to why the CEC Finance was not in a position to be able to submit the audited reports as required as per the PFM Act. And on the same, PFM Act Article 91 states very clearly that the County Assembly should be able to set the capping for the interest amount. Did the Assembly have the opportunity to be able to cap the amount of interest that is supposed to be used as required? Because we've seen 78 million interest, but what we have in the records as per what has been tabled is amounting to a lesser amount. So we'd want to know the levels of the amounts of the interest. And finally, because I don't think I'll get maybe another opportunity, I would be very curious to know, Mr. Speaker, finally, if today, which is a very key day for this decision for the Meru County, knowing that this is the second impeachment process, Madam Governor, being the second one, you realize that all the MCAs in the first round agreed to your impeachment. The second round, the same MCAs agreed to your impeachment. Madam Governor, knowing very well that the County Assembly are responsible for passing your budgets, how do you then plan, if you go back to the same county, how will you ensure that these same MCAs who still impeached you for the second time are still going to ensure that they pass your budget so that you can continue with the developments required in Meru, and you're going to offer the Meru people the services, quality services that they deserve? Those are my simple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Council.
I didn't get that question, but there are some questions to the witness. Perhaps he can start with those.
Okay, thank you. Probably the question that was posed to me is on why the CEC Finance, what response the CEC Finance gave to the County Assembly when requested to submit the IFMIS, an extract of the IFMIS, as per the letter dated 9th October 2023. And the response that the CCM Finance gave, that these are statements, the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county governments. And the CCM further saying that it is upon the completion of the audit that a report is submitted to the County Assembly, where within 3 months after receiving the audit report, the County Assembly can take appropriate action. So the audit process is ongoing. When this process finalizes, the audit report will be tabled to the Assembly, and the Assembly can take appropriate action on the same.
Talking of financial year
Senator Tabitha, you certainly cannot do that. Proceed, Council.
Just answer.
Okay. I'll let the witness also answer the second question, which was on why we accounted for less than what was set out there.
Thank you. And why we accounted for only 2 million as opposed to the 78 million that has been alleged here is that the manner in which that count was framed, the allegation was that the governor has misappropriated funds through specific named persons who are indicated and collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. It is on this breadth that we endeavored to account for payment that has been made to these particular specific persons amounting to 2 million.
Okay, and then the last question that you asked, or first which was overlapping, we have said that there are consequences for disobeying a summon by the county assembly. That is set out in statute, so that if somebody is summoned and that person does not appear, the county assembly, just like this house, has something it can do to command the enforcement of the orders. So that I think that that is there. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be impeached. There are cases where we have seen, for example, this house summoning someone who doesn't appear. Doesn't mean those people then become a subject of an impeachment. That's what we are responding to in the context of this discussion.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is some clarification from Mr. Munene. We have some invoices that are not signed by the authorizing officers. You have indicated that they have not been signed because the original documents which have all the signatures are with the external auditors. But Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of accounting has it that the documents that are taken to the auditors are actually original copies and you are left with the photocopies. So I don't know how you're able to get these documents that you've put in the annexures. Where did you fish them from? I want that clarity, because then the ones with all the signatures were with the external auditors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that these documents, we got them from the file of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff, ordinarily what he does is that before he forwards the document, the original document to the Department of Finance, he makes a copy. And when we were given these directives that we need to respond within 3 days, I requested the Chief of Staff to give me a copy of the file that he owns, where these documents are.
Senator Miraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My questions goes to the County Assembly. Are the IFMIS transactions that form the basis of the impeachment of the governor the same ones that are the same ones under investigations at the EACC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know. All we know is that this complaint was also sent to the EACC and to many other agencies. Whether EACC is actually investigating it, we do not know, and there is no evidence, either from the governor or from anyone, that the EACC is investigating these complaints.
Senator Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got two clarifications that I need to get clarified. One is from the lawyer. I was listening to, and the question—
Which lawyer? There are so many lawyers here.
The lawyer for the Assembly. Theon Kolu. It's a very good name. Volume 3. We are looking at Section 45, Protection of Public Property and Revenue, etc. So you referred to 45, 2A, Roman numeral number 2 and 3. And specifically, you said goods not supplied or not supplied in full, number 2, services not rendered or not adequately rendered. So the question that I wanted to get clarity from you is whether you are relying 100% on the IFMIS extracts or you've received audited financial statement as per Section 31 of the Public Audit Act. And I want to remind you, Section 31(5) stipulates that after the audit process, they shall be tabled in Parliament and also at the Assembly. So if you can clarify that. I asked this question yesterday. I didn't get a proper clarification. It has come back again today on the issue of the accounting officer. Section 103 of the PFM Act establishes the county treasury, and it puts the CEC in charge of finance as the head of the county treasury. Section 199 of the PFM Act, which is a penalty clause, stipulates penalties which are going to befall any public officer who is in charge of the resources and does not account for them. Could you kindly clarify whether the documents that you've supplied in the case have been audited by the Auditor General and an opinion rendered by the Auditor General on the actual position of those funds? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, we answered yesterday that the oversight function of the County Assembly and indeed of the Senate is not conditional upon or dependent on whether there is a report by the Auditor General. So it is no requirement that we have a report from the Auditor General as a precondition for raising the issues and picking up the problems that the Assembly has picked in this matter. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that under the PFM Act, the accounting officer would be either the CEC Finance or any other person designated. However, what we have equally found strange, and I think one honorable senator pointed it, the CEC Finance refused, and it's on the record, to submit the documents to the Assembly in our submission on completely outrageous and frivolous grounds. The second matter we found strange is that the documents presented by the governor in answer to the charges are not authenticated by that CEC Finance. They are not authenticated by the chief officer in that department, among other people. We also found it strange, Mr. Speaker, that when this matter arose, the governor chose to call our head of legal as the witness to explain, as opposed to the CEC Finance. There is a question of goods supplied and services not rendered. We cited Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption Act because it is one of the many sections that address this question of prepayments, and the specific reason we cited it, Mr. Speaker, is in our very humble submission, impressed cannot explain the prepayment of 78 million shillings, and even if it were to be accepted for argument's sake, just for argument's sake, that impressed would be an answer, that would be an admission to abuse of interest by the very definition of the same, because the law specifies what type of expenses can be defrayed by way of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I just have 2 questions directed to either the witness or the counsel to the governor. The response that you filed before us, Governor, page 105 to page 112, on the if mispayments relates to just 3 individuals, yet what have been given by the county assembly has many other recipients. Perhaps you can clarify on that. The other question I have is on the if mispayments. There are payments made to one Jane Karimi Kaitha, and on a particular date, I think the 20th of September 2022, she received payments totaling to about 3.9 million in one single day. Are these payments also if mispayments, or they are payments related to other services perhaps? If they are not interest payments rather, how come the county government was paying this particular individual if mispayments as interest and not in other form, maybe RTGS or another form of payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for Governor.
Thank you. The question, I think, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to either the counsel or the witness.
I proceed to respond then.
Thank you. The reason why we have given documents in relation to 3 people or 3 persons mentioned, the answer is in the motion itself and the manner in which it was framed, where it was indicated, the allegation was that the governor has grossly violated the law in the following: through embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters and the nephew to the governor's husband, all of whom are collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. That was A. B says is withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives. So the manner in which this particular count was framed, we were required to respond to the issues of the persons referred and collectively referred in the motion as governor's relatives, and they were listed, they were enumerated there. So if the motion indicated that the governor, or the allegation or the claim was that the governor has embezzled funds through Jane Karimi or any other person that appears in the IFMIS, then we would have substantively responded to that.
Thank you. Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To counsel for the Assembly, there have been repeated references to alleged forgeries. This is specifically with regards to a work ticket whose serial number has appeared severally. I want the Assembly to clarify whether those documents have been subjected to any verification process, which Council is aware, whether there is a document examiner's report to back the allegation or assertion by the Assembly that in fact those documents are forgeries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, we only received those documents, I believe, on Saturday evening, so we've not had the opportunity to subject them to a forensic examination. However, you don't need to be an expert in forensics to point out that the dates in that work ticket don't follow natural chronology of events. You don't have to be an expert in document analysis if you're familiar with the frequency of the use of motor vehicles to know that the same work ticket cannot apply to different motor vehicles or even the same motor vehicle for a period of 4 months. And it is on those prima facie, on the face of it, discrepancies and irregularities that we concluded they were forgeries. The next reason why we concluded they were forgeries, these are documents that should be easily available in the governor's office. They were not availed to the assembly when they were requested, and they were not availed to the assembly in the impeachment motion. We are being slapped with them at the tail end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, counsel for the governor, you indicated you had 4 witnesses. You may now proceed to call your 4th witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next and last witness is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
By way of time indication, counsel, how much time do you think you will need with this witness?
I think that with 1.5 hours, I will be through with the witness.
Swear in the witness.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matter before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly introduce yourself, your full names and the capacity you hold for record purposes.
Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, Meru County.
Thank you. You have received the notice of impeachment, and subsequently the County Assembly of Meru resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November, 2023?
Yes.
Together with your affidavit in support of your response?
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this House by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the proceedings?
Counsel for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The counsel for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as
Most-
far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in Meru, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly until the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly?
Extra perfect relationship working with members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCS? Did you make any efforts after the impeachment?
The first solution was made by this Senate the last time we were here, and I followed the advice of senators. We want to start down with the MCAs. We again sat and had a long, lengthy discussion with some other leaders, and from there we've been working together.
Particularly, there was the issue of, for lack of better word, ward development fund. Were you able to facilitate development projects in all the wards of Meru County?
Immediately after we left here, I facilitated ward development fund to every MCA to the tune of 10 million, and this year 15 million for every ward.
Thank you. You have produced a video, KMV1, which I now ask the technical team to play so that we see the kind of efforts and the fruits that were borne by those efforts. KMV1.
Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua ya kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa wanaimpishana, yote tumeweka nyuma. Tumesema ni kaenda ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are having the same challenges.
Secretariat.
Tunaomba walio hii wana celebrate maybe disunity.
Just stop the video. The technical team, please go work on it. We will get back to it once the technical team has worked on the system. Council, you may proceed. Once we are ready with the video, we can as well come back to it. We'll always come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then, Honorable Governor, we have just started watching a video that is not very clear, but can you try and explain to this Senate where you were in that meeting that has been recorded, who were the members present, and what was the purpose?
We were in the premises of County Assembly of Meru with all the members, the 69 of them, and also the county woman representative was present, and we agreed that the past is over. We start working together for the sake of Meru.
Thank you. And that, can you remember the date of?
Council, I'm informed the video is now ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
let's
sir.
Play it.
Tumeona ni vyema kuwa tuna embrace one another mambo yaliyopita tunasema si ndwele ama tunasema nini? Yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yajayo. Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua ya kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana, yote tumeweka nyuma. Tumesema ni kaende ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafuraha siku ya leo kuleta ujumbe kwa Wameru ya kwamba we are one. Na tunaomba walio nje ambao walikuwa na celebrate maybe disunity wakae kando kidogo, maana tunasonga tukiwa pamoja. Hatutakubali kuweka tena nafasi ya watu kuingilia katikati yetu. We've kept our personal interest kando for the people of Meru.
Mimi naitwa Ayubu Kundi, nikiwa spika bunge ya Meru, na siku ya leo ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu ile shinda kidogo tulikuwa naye kati ya ofisi ya governor Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza na bunge ile naongoza hapa, tumefika, hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Sema kulingana na uongozi wa His Excellency William Ruto na deputy wa katika chagua, tulianza kuongea wiki moja imepita, na siku ya leo Mama Safi awimelepa akatumwa na His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua akaambiwa akuje tumalize ile maneno ilikuwa imebaki na kila kitu umemaliza.
Amen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuambia Meru na Kenya mzima ya kwamba sisi tuko kitu moja na tumekubaliana kwa miaka 4.5 ile imebaki tutafanyia watu kazi na tutakuwa timu moja.
Amen.
Na tunasema asante kwa President Rigathi Gachagua kwa kuona ni vizuri Meru iongee kwa sauti moja. Na gavana ni maliseni nikisema wewe kwa siasa wewe ndio kiongozi na ndiye mkubwa yetu sisi zote. Na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako, tutakusupport wewe ukiwa mama yetu na ukiwa baba yetu. Ndio Meru ikae vizuri kana kama Meru akarebweka. Thank you and God bless you.
Jina langu ni Evans Mwangaza Karia, MCA wa Mitunguo na kiongozi wa walio wengi katika bunge letu la Meru. Familia Kiperu. Na nataka kusema leo ni siku kubwa sana kwa Wameru. Sababu tangu tufanye uchaguzi hapa Meru, tukachagua governor, tukachagua MCAs, hakujakuwa na amani na hakujakuwa na kuelewana katika upande wa bunge letu la Meru na upande wa governor Excellency Kawira Mwangaza. Lakini siku ya leo sisi tumekubaliana ya kwamba for the interest of Meru tuweke hayo maneno yote ambayo yalikuwa nasumbua, tuwachane nayo kutoka leo na tukamua kushikana na kuelewana kabisa, ndio tuweze kufanyia wa Meru kazi. Na sisi kama bunge letu la Meru tumeambia gavana wetu kwamba sisi tuko tayari, yale ambayo yote yanahitajika kufanywa na bunge, wale mawaziri ambao hatukupitisha, wale chief officers ambao hawakuweza kupita kuletwa katika bunge letu, supplementary budget na mambo yote ambayo yanahitajika sisi kufanya kama bunge, tuko tayari hata kama ni kuanzia kesho ndio tuweze kufanya ku make sure that Marians do receive their services that they do need so much.
We can stop there. We can stop there.
Tunashukuru.
Thank you. Are you able to identify the people in that clip? Are they members of the County Assembly of Meru?
They are all members of County Assembly of Meru, read by the Speaker, Ayubu Bundi.
We have also seen the move of this motion in that clip.
The majority.
The majority.
Yes.
Thank you. In that clip, is there any indication that you bragged about the fact that you went scot-free?
No.
You have also used a certain slogan that you are now being accused of using. Kabati, kabati, kaende, kaende. Did you actually use those two slogans in your speech with members of County Assembly present?
I used it because it is a slogan for development, the speed of development in Meru.
The speed of development in Meru.
That is kaende, kaende, kabati, kabati.
Just for us to be able to understand, what does this slogan actually mean? What is kabati? What is kaende?
Kabati means like accelerating to the fullness of everything, that is highest speed possible. And then Kaende is non-stop. That means that the development will be non-stop and at a very high speed.
Thank you. So when then the mover of the motion comes here and tells the Senate that Kaende, Kabati is a don't care slogan that says you don't care about anything, is that a misinformation and distortion of facts?
It is.
Thank you. Let us proceed. So then you are seen in many instances using that slogan, Kabati, Kaende.
Even the MCAs have embraced the same slogan and they also use it.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the next video. And you have alluded to the fact that you agreed to give at least 15 million for every ward for development projects. Was that done?
It was done.
Can we watch video KMV2?
Antojaja gwetwa oversight najo ndenda kuburio njubwi muntu uri okuthithiria oversight na ara Nairobi obicine no oversight yeje tureaja tukinyite ndagaceji ni oversight ire kwingi tukwenda ne TV ne Nairobi kana ne kweja gukinya murandi jora tukuona burenda oversight engiraundine kana burendera obicine na ara Nairobi imenyama antojaja tinda gwetwa oversight kairi turaugire batu turi mbunge ya Meru no tubatwe itwe tunengeri mandate MCA no nengeri mandate ya kuthithia oversight ya mirandi yonde ya county government ikatiba ya Kenya no boba nengeri isheria kinya report ire rathoma kwa ya control of budget etibati kwamba gwita ara senate kamba kwenja county assembly ya Meru report ire thithagia oversight ya senate ni report yake ya auditor general na etira uma kwa mantu jaja ngibatorogira oversight ikaniritwe na siasa atufanye nini atutaki ito akirigie ntugita kwa DTF na ara mitungu mantu ja utheru wa bioro na kinya babu na ibonete mantu bioro bira biaki na ndito akire plant ya na ara bioro bira biojura bikeja bikandrinwa igaigwara mitungu project ya million 17 ingaringe nipe bwajairi roje rwa mitungu rwa rwita kwa water supply rwa runya wa mitungu yonde iruthithiru rehabilitation na project ni enderete governor 15% done project ya million ya 18 o mitungu yetu boithatu bugeta kuma karingene ibuje karingene te karingene kara kanyagene kara kamuguru kuma ara karingene ugeta muguru ugeta muchagara barabara yo nethithirwe na yathithirwe na mbeca cia ngavanire tugwita cia flagship na nethithitwe na 95% na aru andu boinya gukaura kana gukarotero batita na ndina yetumirite shilingi milioni 5 ringaringira ngavana mpe aibo gutara ciaki nyingana Mwangaza hii 17 plus 18 plus 5 omwenda yake gutara ndagaceje yanu tukinyete aja na aru eji ire gwito kwa matumo Kirimba bridge na yo bote kuona nirikitie ibora unairo
we can stop there. The video is quite long. Thank you. Madam Governor, who is the person making that speech in that video?
The majority leader and the person who was the mover of the impeachment motion.
That is Honorable Evans Mawira.
Yes.
You are also seen in that video. Yes. Kindly, are you able to recall the date and where that event took place?
I can't recall the date, but the event took place in his own ward.
Which month was that?
I don't remember the month.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Is it recent or?
It is very recent.
Very recent.
Yes.
Thank you. Mawira seems to be making certain remarks about your performance. What is he saying?
He's very right because he's trying to praise the work that we do in Meru County. One, for the 10 million that we usually give forward development and the flagship projects. What I do as a governor is I go around all the ones and then give the list of all the development projects to the area MCA to read to the people, to understand, and to also for us to be accountable for the funds. Every ward we do a visit with the area MCA, and I usually carry a booklet of the projects, that is ward project and flagship project for the area MCA to read to the people to understand what they are doing. And that is what exactly the majority leader is doing in his own ward.
Can you recall the number of projects that he is mentioning by name that have been done in his particular ward?
In that particular day, we were opening a bridge, just talking about the roads done, and also the boreholes, and so many other things that we did with more than 50 million.
Thank you. I've actually retrieved the date of that event. It was the 2nd of August 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So then, when you are accused of not being able to work with leaders by the same mover of the motion, do you find some form of hypocrisy?
Yes, and also maybe it's being misled.
Is being misled. Thank you. So as of 2nd of August 2023, the mover of the motion thought that you're perfect and you're in good working relationship with at least all the MCAs.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to KM3.
na nethiri isipokuwa tu changes tu kidogo na tumonia na kwale na engineer ikabuidwa kinya andro atare ndiri omira rweru kamomora rwete anjira ira tukwirwa ara kukekirwa karabati isa sawa ena rweru to kuyakorwo tuina obichi wa murire public works.
Thank you. Again, you're seen launching a project, yes. A dam specifically. Which ward is that?
That is Mudhara ward, and the one with the document is the area MCA, Aurelio Murangiri, reading the developments, including the dam that costed us 39 million in his own ward.
Are you able to recall the date when you launched this particular dam at Mudhara?
I think it's not even 3 months ago.
Less than 3 months ago?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the second issue, which still touches on your relationship with members of County Assembly in respect to projects and Okolea. Let us play the video KMV20.
Ngerie MC watu mawera atukure na maromba. Ngerie MC watu mawera mbeke bila kuno. Na trombeni. Ewa mwadhani mutura moyo wora wombere ndine eguru wombera bila biona wana bila biona kwa toya muthenya mbere ya mezo ya kumuthenya jona arwa toya moyo na ndina arwa ndangu angeja na njekwa na kanisa kwa kuchokeka ngeibwa na mbona na arwa tina kirao nikea ndina kirao nikea mani wenu ndina kirao nikea kanisa Bwana sifiwe. Intobiria ukwana kieni negeki. Kinyama ikiele nkwali nayo. Kinyanjukwele tukinyete. Kinyangalele ya ndega. Kinye intobiria byonja tukaeja na buti kingotere kezirikari kilio. Inkwenda gushokeria ashole ba kwa
kindly pause the video. You are making certain remarks, and before we go to the remarks, we have also seen the leader of majority again in that video. Where were you with him on that particular day?
That is an Okolea program which is run by my family and my church. We usually go to do the Okolea every Sunday afternoon. And I always invite if they wish to come and join me on Sundays. And with me is the Honorable Mawila, the mover of the motion or the impeachment, who was also involved in that operation of Korea Kana Kameru.
This was on 13th of August this year, 2023.
13th of August this year.
You are making certain remarks about the capacity in which you are in that event.
Yes, I always tell them that in operational Korea events, they don't see the governor, but they should see their mother, and also a bishop who is coming to assist, not in form of a government, but as a church and as their mother.
Did you explain the source of the resources that you were giving, including the microphone you were holding? I heard you talk about that.
I always do that in every meeting, that everything that I use in Okolea, there is nothing that comes from the county government of Meru, because I've been doing that for the last 12 years.
Thank you. May we proceed with that video?
Balabona ange Okolea bambike nguge. Naru akarukire mtore ombokirie getandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingile mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri eganale mwera. Ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangalisia kumahuta. Kinyawaga ongere ongera merengeti ya bajojo. Nalingalingile kanwe.
Wambere na tobara bakameme bamurike mwega na ba TV badikerie. Murandi jojo jo Korea. Bapi peto kuruka ya budget ira itango kendele county ya Meru. County Assembly ya Meru na ini mikagia bunge de majority linda. Na hivyo na ku confirm na kukujira na gwekera kirore ute shilingi kinyemwe twakurukia ya mbeca cia thirikari kenda ya Murandi na jo Korea. Kwa ura kuria Murandi jo Korea kiuria aliuria manto ja muntu kiumbe Murandi jo gavana Kawira Mwangaza na familia yawe na kanisa yawe. Na hikyo naro bukuba tote kwa ya mando mengeja thirikari. Nundu naro Murandi jo ringithia ngia jo ringithia muntu jangi no tweri jo ringithia ngo bara bayo mabati. Totingire tora to amerengeti oro kuma na makobokobo aja na oro kuma na mattress na mando ja ujakare sawasa.
Thank you. I think we've had enough of that video. Thank you. Madam Governor, again you are heard and using the same slogan, Kabati Kabati Kaende Kaende.
Yes.
The members of County Assembly were again present.
Yes.
Did they join you in that slogan?
They joined me in that slogan.
Did they understand the meaning of your slogan?
They well understand the meaning of the slogan.
Honorable Mawira is also making certain remarks about the funders of Okolea. What is he saying about who funds the Okolea program?
He says, as the County Assembly of Meru, they are the ones that pass the budget, and they have never passed any coin to be utilized in the Okolea program. It is purely my project to assist the disadvantaged people in our community. And he, as part of the well-wisher, that very early morning, gave me 100,000 shillings to fuel my vehicles.
So he contributed towards your charity project?
Yes.
Let us now move to the next video, 1C, and see another member of County Assembly. I think it's in the same event, you will confirm. 1C.
Gavana wetu na Nturanda bene bonde Bwana Yesu asifiwe, nisalimie mwalimu sana. Onibeta wandie MKMC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru. Na ande bara batuthinga tete kanyuma ibaije itoiketie gavana tiru. Lakini na ande ni ndono kire. Na uma Sauro na ande beta kwa Paulo. Na ndio wasema ni nani? Ombeta MK Paulo. Na ande ni ndongere tienjeshi ya mama.
We can pause there for a moment. Thank you. who is the person making those remarks?
He is MCA and he was the mover of the first impeachment.
He was the mover of the previous motion.
Yes.
This again is on 13th of August this year.
Yes.
Do you in any way seem to have any disagreement with the mover of the previous motion?
No, he's even telling the public that he is now a changed man. They used to disturb Mama, but he has changed from Saul to Paul.
That is in reference to the biblical Paul,
Yes.
who was one Saul.
Yeah.
He's also talking about them being forced, if I can hear him correctly, to join the opposition. What was he talking about?
He was talking about the pressure amounted to them by external forces or by external people that do not belong to the county assembly to fight the government, but he has vowed not to repeat again and support the government.
Thank you. Let's proceed watching that video.
The opposition ibogeire Nairobi na batonya kiruto. Ende na aja mero president wetu ara tu itakagina na wikiri andu betu tu opposition na tu kwenda tu ito. Kile gechiro e. Anino yali ndio ugwani na ndauga mimi sitishwa. Mimi sitawekwa uoga. Gavana Kawira anga mu support. Uleo kuduganya no ete antunya itekia boge tanete antunye. Ando boge taiba ina imani na ani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira. Na nande kwa bate kwa nakuwa tukiwa kumibira breaks. Abo andekera. Kumibira breaks yeti onda kwa boindwa.
We can stop there for that video. Thank you. Honorable DMK Kiogora says, mimi sitatishwa, sitawekwa uoga. What was he making reference to?
He was making reference to the leaders, the national leaders, and also the party leaders that were telling them to keep off from supporting the government. And also he is also talking about the Kumibira breaks, because the people of Meru have started another slogan again, Kumibira breaks, and they were warned as MCAs not to continue saying Kumibira breaks. So he's telling the people that come from Nairobi to keep off. They want development.
Thank you. We will be moving on to the source of that pressure, sourcely. But finally, in support of your Okolea program, let us watch video 1E. It's a very short video.
Bishop untongeretie mbunge lina timu huko na tueneo patu tu sawa atubetu support ni Kiambi support ni Njoke tu support ni gavana wetu ni tutie maendeleo jejara kwinai kwinandwa maendeleo jejara kwinai kwinokiri au ange gavana uwe munene okwa na munene weje na ng'ombe tumba kweja na ng'ombe ende ngavana ndi murevi ndetha ya ng'ombe ndetha ya mburi spika yu urambikire ng'ombe na mburi ya
We can stop at that. Madam Speaker, who is the person making the remarks in that video?
This is the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
And you confirm this was during an Okolea program meeting?
Yes, in Mwangaza ward, Mojo.
Who is the MCA Mwangaza ward?
It's Mr. Njoki.
Mr. Njoki.
He was present.
You also are in the company of other people in that?
Those are all MCAs.
Our MCAs?
Yes.
What has the Speaker just done?
The Speaker has donated a goat because I usually give the single mothers and widows cows. And he says, because you've given and donated a cow, and you are senior than me, let me donate a goat. And he has done it.
Thank you. Again, what date was this?
This barely around 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Now, we have alluded to some forces that were behind, or rather that were not happy with this unity between you and MCAs. I want you to identify and tell us what is happening in the next video, 1D. Kindly, may we play video 1D?
MCA gukaribisa ntora ya Bogeta East na mbuge wotwe on behalf ya ntuba Bogeta East na Abogeta West na wenzangu bare haja tucokerie nkatho nontu bwe kinya rire okinya oni mbigirwe ntumba kwithira nteja nontu rire okinya gatia kana kara kamumero kuringithia gagatia ipati yakwa na impuwa kweli imbati kweja kuona nontu ni pati ya maendeleo ndene ntura yetu. So ngabana we are so humble tugwiritwe sana baju tuli MCA tuli MPIDU na ikio tumio kuona na arwa tutena manto maingi na arwa intukwe gokorea kana kamumero na mami umenye baju tuli MPIDU
na ndenda ugire ngabana tukamukaria na inya na ora kumbikika kendo mbako boli trangugi no ndo twamwagia thayo tukona inya ya twamwagitie thayo ateja gaguku na nande mbigirwe torirwe tukaria siasa nenu yete mbokani alimo muntu ondu ukwoya maratasi nande kurantu barakamate taire leta ubirana na mawa na ito abatumira Nairobi gutagera imbieto michukari raitirie batagera imbieto myogoti bukuongerwa gutokwaririo goti ingabana bakweja ubira mbesa ikwekiwa senate counties ciongerwa mbesa ibaregere kuongera ndi baliuga ibejete kwa base ore base mbesa ireko
utoto nyina ku Madam Governor na okageta muntu otutogira tore no ngato nyongera we ni ntobye mero ara tomba kogera twabwitira ngoge iyo tomba guchenja as long as Kawira Mwangaza we ni ntobye mero oni ndekere mbuye mato wambirani isa sawa na
we can post there. We have seen the first speaker, no, actually the second, the one in the black jacket. Are you able to identify him?
Is the mover of the first motion of impeachment, DMK Kawira.
He is heard making certain remarks about Keberi and forces from Nairobi. What is he talking about?
He is referring to the Meru MPs and also the senator that they should keep off Meru because they have their own leader, maybe referring to the end of state, and then the MCs have their own leader. And he says last weekend they were in a certain town named Maua where they earned the Keberi, the starring stake or spoon, meaning the governor, and they are saying that they will not be part and a parcel of what the members of parliament are doing.
Thank you. So the honorable member for County Assembly, Abogeta West, talks about a force that is being advanced using the Keberi tool. That is what he's saying?
Yes.
And he's telling them to keep off?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to video KMV 14. KMV 14, kindly.
Na bakaya batuana na badiri manto yo difference sisi omba kwedirio bature MCA bembe tute tayari utonye ratio so ende atukuromba tu burungu arembere gavana na deputy governor bomba kwetwa bajo wata naira nigenda tukomba kutinda weta ture anto amwe ture anto bembe na ture MCA na tongeri bonde brantu badurite nende ne imani manto yo onde akombekana lakini tute kwenda zaitu akulupia budget siasa ikanjiria nigenda mwembe akomba kwetwa ita ya maendeleo so baba goya na manto akeberi Keberi mwana Keberi naso agreement mwana Keberi naso ketiania manto yembe na reka nayo e ambe tukongangari kukaria mama non to MPs beto odongu wayo ke gonga ko mama ende mundu arumogeni ajo to janganya akili otobo ki akili ate to ore mama we are not ready ende ro ko lo bubutu bwe na keberikeu ayate gati ana keberinye kira to ate anajo o kiran koromba neo iba imenyere lakini okya kweli maendeleo wale tete wale maendeleo ende manto akeberi na ina keberi to to genda ne mbere yetu embe to atandirete embe ronde kumantonyere Mwangaza to egento kemwe noro kaingilia atasiarwa
antu bonde bara bakwenda kurwa bareje gembe baberanga mwegembe akugitwa mwegembe akudizwa lakini utinya mwegembe umwe kumara ateta nontore mwegembe wongo none tote makosa Kawira Mwangaza nayo antu bara bakuja guteta bakire egembe re kuinyirwa iba kuma inventi bange bakumatigania iba badiorokete asese sekeberi badioroka asese sekegeri badioroka asese seobasai.
Thank you. We can post that video there. Governor confirmed that was on 27th of August this year.
Yes,
Siasa za Kiberi. What are they talking about?
They are talking about the members of parliament who had just begun a movement by the name Kiberi, coming all the way from Nairobi to Meru. And they are warning them that they have been given work to do in Nairobi. They should continue with their work there and leave them alone because they have only one mama who can assist them to do development.
Thank you. So this was 27th of August 2023. Honorable Governor, if then someone comes here and says that you only were able to work with MCAs for a few weeks, are they lying or they're telling the truth?
That is pure lie.
Thank you. We want to understand this Kiberi movement, siasa za Kiberi movement. And I want you to listen carefully to video 3A and see where, or the source, the genesis of the Kiberi movement. 3A.
Heshimu wanaume, sisi wanaume. Keberi keu. Ile ya keberi. Keberi ke. Keberi yako wera. Keberi yako wera. Kwa mio. Abero na rome alama. Kane keberi. Bero. Na kama nyembu wala boka. Boka bonoi. Boka tomo bere. Kinyaka wa.
Are you able to even explain what he's saying?
He's talking about that. They will use that thing to. I'm not able to explain. Because it has been done by so many men, and now they are ready as members of parliament, him being the leader, to do that to me. And he has recruited so many young men for the purpose of that Kiberi movement, together with the deputy speaker of this house.
Can we watch KMV 12?
Tumetoseka kutawaliwa vibaya na mkora asiosiwa anafaa kuongezwa akakote kwa tumbo na simiti na mawe ndio atisikie njaa tena. Wangapi wanasema Kawira aende? Kawira mbae, lakini tunataka kiti ya Mutuma apewe, kiti yake ya deputy yake, magari rudishwe, security apewe, kila kitu apewe, na kiti ya finance, kiti ya pesa apewe. Kwa ndo ndaya ya kebiri. Ndio kuna mkomeno arome anga Kawira.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hilo mjadala umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mporo, na asante kwa kunialika. Tuendelee namna hiyo, kazi yetu ni kushikanisha kila mtu. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Thank you very much.
Madam Governor, I hope you are able to explain again, or perhaps the message has sunk, what these honorable members are telling members of the public.
The honorable members of parliament and the deputy speaker of this honorable house is telling the public that I defeated the men, and in this case, they are going to use that steering stake and they recruited so many young men for that purpose, and they have been holding rallies almost in all towns in Meru, doing the same over the weekends. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is purely politics. Purely politics.
Thank you. There is another video, I think that will be my last, 3C on the gender profiling and harassment. 3C.
Mukuru ku ingwendo kuona uliki na tuwe Amerika enda oge kana kamurega lakini tuwe kamurega tena kana. Tumekwana boloi angwendo mwe Kawira Mwangaza utendwe leo ukavatia mwana mwene ukidata. Tumekwana boloi tuenda kuwa kenda tutike murega baichu imukuru ku ya mwana nwe ya pronto abori agere mono mbele na kayuyu age baile age badatu tenjamba loi kante njamba kana ko mndodala obora masiara de kwereka na nchoke mbele na keberio wewe keda kala hekeda Kawira udire hekeda Kawira kukwekeda no alemera arume Kawira hangwa nyo yekeda hangwa ndenda kenda menya wewe mwekuru wale mwekuru muchoro kwa etawa mwenda no mulingete ke urenga wayo kiamdaka endukisha ndaka siakwa no mwekuru mukuru.
Thank you. The honorable member is making certain remarks about your husband. What is he saying?
He's saying that he has given me 9 months to be pregnant. And if that is not done, he will do it via what he's holding.
Eventually, Honorable Governor, your deputy joined the movement and made similar attacks on you and on your Korea program. Can we watch KMV4?
tubatethie twete Tharaka County tubatethie twete Embu County tubatethie twete Isiolo County tubatethie tukorea kirundu kia thina kia pubate kia kuewa itukwenda kinya tukweana hapo sana DC ndio governor the program kerundu keke pubate program we wetu okolea batwe murungu wake tuetera tutetera muntu no kerundu ke anto bembe beku atote okenda bekwerwa kerundu ke wikireti makire bagwa tokolea kabisa mathina yaba ya
We can stop there. Thank you. Honorable Governor, that is your deputy governor.
Yes.
He's making certain remarks about the Okolea program.
Yes.
What is he saying?
He's saying that the Okolea program is a poverty program. They have refused it in their area. The area
Which area is that?
That is Igembe South, where he comes from.
So he's telling members of his ward to reject the
poverty program, that is Okolea, and they should not be ready to receive anything in terms of Okolea. And Honorable Speaker, to add to this, for the last 12 years, I've been doing the Okolea, and this gave me favor before God. And my deputy governor, who was just a prison askari, God gave us favor because of this program. And out of the program that raised him from being askari to His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Meru, is the same person that is seen on video, the campaigning or demeaning the same program that God used to give us favor before men and women.
And he continued, and we watch KMV 15. 15. That video was played yesterday, but for your sake, can you explain what the youths are chanting, led by your deputy governor?
That is my deputy governor with some youths from his area saying that Kawira doesn't have a home. She only does prostitution in the county. And they are praising him and warming him up to be the governor or take over the position of the governor of Meru. And that is exactly what has been happening to our members of parliament, including the senator or deputy senator of this house. They have started warming him up to be the governor and take charge because I'm just a woman before them.
Thank you. It got worse by slaughtering of a cow that you had donated. Can we watch KMV 16? Confirm whether that's the same cow you had donated and to whom are due donated the We can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I see like the cow is still alive as it's being slaughtered.
Yes.
Was that the cow you had donated?
Yeah, we were in the area of the Igembe South, and then we identified the old woman who was to be given the cow as it was entering into the field. Then they took the cow, slaughtered it just before us.
And they are singing the same song, but they're also making other remarks. What are the other remarks?
Before I say about the other remarks, is that hiyo ng'ombe ilikuwa imebeba ndama ya miezi 6. And then they are saying that the same way they have slaughtered or killed the cow is the same way they will do to Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. We can have the video removed from the screen. That has not also been the only thing. You have also been accused of not being a proper Meru. Are you aware of that fact? What? That you have been accused of not being a proper original Meru, therefore unfit to lead?
Yes, they have been accusing me of not being a Merian, but a Kikuyu.
Thank you. Let's first watch KMV 5. You will make those explanations.
Ina ide Kawira Mwangaza aita watuona kuna gari zaidi ina aita mugure Kawira umme wa mwego bato tuapa imwego tuapa imwa tuombe umiete hemo tuomero ni tokere ya uwe mwana wao au tupita kabilao.
What is the Honorable Member of Parliament saying in respect to your ethnicity?
He says that the father of Kawira Mwangaza is a Kikuyu from Kirithaine by the name Jogona, and the mother is Mogore from Kikuyu, and they don't want to be ruled by a Kikuyu in Meru. That's why they want to change to get a real Marian, who is Peter Katirau Munya, the first governor.
Thank you, Madam Kawira. Is it then your evidence before this Senate that pressure has been asserted on members of County Assembly to ensure your removal from office on charges that do not hold any water?
Pressure has been mounted to members of County Assembly of Meru by the same leaders, as we have seen, and they had no option apart from adopting an impeachment motion where they were forced to sign and impeach.
Can we watch KMV 11 on the nature of that threat and whether the MCAs indeed succumbed to the pressure?
Na bundukira ina chochi ando icha kuromba. Baate menya to ibya mene ora ugatwira mbazi ni kiraitu. Na ndiro ruri ndo akiraitu na bunduki cia bako rombete ri. Ukarwa na ukarwa soka ndo ya bunduki. Dore ntore ka umogira bunduki cia cia yundie. Bange ba ibya mene no menya ta duri yake ama. Ukiro jando no menya bunduki rawe na chichi ya kuromba bati kwa very careful. Wakara.
Is that the same Saul turned Paul, going back to being Saul?
What DMK Kawira is telling the public is that because I was elected as an independent governor, I've been operating with hired guns. And now Mithika Rintori has taken his own, Kiraito has taken his own, so I'm left without any weapon to fight, and I should be very careful because they have withdrawn their support as the leaders of political parties or as the senior most people in their parties.
That is barely 3 weeks after DMK Kawira had been seen dancing, praising you, and saying that he will defend you and will reject any influence from above.
It was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Let us watch then 3E.
Ilo tokuwa batu ilo tuweke ama ke UDA no tudugani. Ku withdraw support to kwete mwanga to kwa majoro terinda to withdraw. As nini mando jondo to kulidere tikire ku support kira asembure tuweke ama. No to withdraw membership betu na bati ku support kaire.
Thank you. Who is the person speaking in that video and what is he saying?
Is the Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, and he's saying that he might withdraw or is ending to withdrawing support of UDA members from being part and parcel of my agenda of development in Meru County.
Was that withdrawal, threat to withdraw, made a reality?
Indeed, after I spoke that, after 3-4 days, it was made a reality.
Let us watch KMV9 on whether that support was actually withdrawn. KMV9.
Must prevail. Number 9, we officially withdrew our support from the governor due to recent events and our proven inability to lead effectively. Our deaf honorable members are instructed not to in any way associate with the governor in person, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. Number 10, we express support for the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the best interest of the people of Meru County and commit ourselves without reservation to this cause, which we commence forthwith. Number 11, we support CS Honorable Medical Tourist political leadership and endorse the proposal to make him the county's spokesperson for a unified voice of Meru County. Number 12, we applaud the newfound unity among political leaders except Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the sake of peace and development.
Thank you. KMV8, I think that is self-explanatory. KMV8. KMV8.
I've been given instruction by our SG, who is Honorable Kanini Kega, that as Jubilee, forthwith, I'm going forward with Jubilee withdraws its support to one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Kabla December tutakuwa na gavana mwingine mpya. Kwa sababu hii ni kitu tulianza kitambo na tulianzia hapa hapa. Kwa hivyo tuna vita na wewe gavana. Kwa hili ya kuonana. Tulikuwa
Those are members of County Assembly, and with them is one member of National Assembly. I think he has spoken in Swahili and English. There is no need to emphasize. Was there a press conference formally by other parties to withdraw their support? And I'm looking at KMV10, and I think that is my last video on this issue of withdrawal. KMV10.
In this county, we have decided forthwith to withdraw the support within and outside the assembly that we have given our governor. Number 3, we have resolved to start a fresh impeachment motion to the governor of Meru, one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, and we have already signed, appended our signatures, the 27 of us who form or comprise the Kenya Kwanza caucus in the county assembly in preparation for a fresh impeachment motion.
Thank you. I think we can stop there. Thank you. Madam Governor, you have seen a series of press conferences by various leaders of county assembly, all seeking to withdraw their support. Were the timings of these press conferences within the same period of time?
It was within the same period of time.
Can you remember the month?
I think it's not more than 2 months ago.
That is the month of September?
Yes.
What do you attribute towards the sudden change of heart from you being their darling, being a performer, being their mother, to now castigating you in the manner they are doing, to the extent of them withdrawing support? Is there anything gross you did to provoke them, to the best of your knowledge?
I did totally nothing. And from the last clip, you can hear the move of the motion saying that around 27 of them have already signed an impeachment that they are proposing to have. So they signed way back even before. That is what he has said. Number 2, the pressure from members of national government, some few elites, leaders, some few leaders of political parties, the deputy speaker of this honorable house, before God, I want to say they are misleading our MCS.
Thank you. Governor, it got to the extent that even in the performance of your official duties, you are threatened and barred from performing that which you are allowed to do under the Constitution. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we watch KMV6 and tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what happened? You can pause there for a minute. We see you clearly there, Honorable Governor, and there is a young gentleman speaking. Tell us what he's saying. and what you are doing in that event and exactly where you are.
That is an event done by the county government of Meru. The county assembly passed a budget for us to take care of the disadvantaged mamas in our community, and that program is dubbed as 1 cow per 1 poor family. We go around the villages, we have a committee to vet and see the most vulnerable person in that certain area. We take a cow to the area and give or donate as government to that particular person that has been vetted by a committee that includes the area chief.
Thank you. So this is not part of your Kolea program for clarity purposes?
This is not part of my Okolea program. My Okolea program we usually do on Sunday afternoon, and this is an official duty, a program that has county government employees and done purely by the county government of Meru. 1 cow per 1 poor family.
Was there any commotion or violence in that event?
There was no commotions. We started with the prayers, as you can see, and we went silently, we did not even advertise. Those are just the neighbors that saw what is happening and came just to see.
You confirm this was in the homestead of one of the poor Meru women?
It is in the homestead of the beneficiary.
Thank you. Can we watch that clip again from the beginning all through to the end?
Gavana, Gargali, nazoka na wewe? Kuja tuongee. Kuja tu tuongee.
Ukiangalia hapa hizi.
Tuende pole pole. Wewe watu watoke. Unapata mzeka 10 tu peke yake hapa. Watu watoka waende. Mtoke muende.
Nenda.
Mtoke muende. Hapa tunataka kwanza vita. Mtoke muende.
Huyu ananibebea nini?
So madam, what there is?
Amenibebea nini?
Ile iko.
That is the question.
Nimeongea na yeye.
So, Madam Governor, this is an official function of the head of the county. Why are the police disrupting your function?
The same leaders. It doesn't specifically mention the leader that understands him, but now the influence from the national leaders led to this.
So were you able to complete your donation on that day?
I was not able to complete because it was stopped. And then when they said that we leave, we tried to explain. After 3 good hours in that vehicle, when people came, surrounded the vehicles, that is the time the officer said that it was a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity. But isn't the officer calling you by your title when he comes?
Yes, he's calling me Governor Kuja. Governor Kuja.
You actually pleaded with him to allow you to finish.
Kamwambia ngoja nimalize, akasema hapana, We have 10 minutes here. Kuja.
And everyone was dispersed.
Everyone was dispersed.
That was, if I'm not wrong, a day or two before the impeachment. Can you remember the actual date?
I think a day before impeachment.
A day before impeachment.
And that clip is not complete, Council.
Yes.
I think we've not heard the officer saying as to why he had come to arrest me.
You can tell us because you are present. We may not have the benefit of the full video, but kindly, because it is a first-hand experience, tell us the explanation you got from the officer as to why he was seeking to interrupt your official function.
The officer was the area OCS, and then when people came in big numbers, the other bosses came along, and then he was asked to allow me to go, and then he also apologized before everyone that it was a mistaken identity, and I forgive him.
Thank you. You have been accused of vilifying leaders. We have seen WhatsApp messages, you making certain utterances on WhatsApp groups, and even in one or two political rallies through the videos that were produced. Number one, have you vilified the leaders in Meru? Have you in any way vilified, demeaned the leaders in Meru?
I have not vilified any leader in Meru.
There was a particular comment you made on Facebook, on WhatsApp group, regarding the deputy governor. And you said, ujinga sita kubali. What were you talking about?
I was talking about him having or gathering young men, going around demeaning the governor and calling me a prostitute.
Was that a fair reaction, considering what we have seen? Was it expected of any human being to react and defend herself in the wake of such attacks?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not an angel. You must have feelings.
Thank you. Let us go briefly to the responses, and I believe you have answered to all the allegations in your notice, in your response that you first alluded to. You have answered, confirm that you have answered.
Yes, I have answered.
Satisfactorily to all the charges.
I have answered.
I want us to look at the first count, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. You came here and you also invited at the county assembly to answer to specific allegations, correct?
Yes.
Those specific allegations in respect to embezzlement and misuse of funds are found at 10A and B. Confirm?
Yes.
Embezzlement is A, withdrawal of county funds is B.
Yes.
Those were the only particulars of the allegations that you are invited to respond to.
These are the only particulars.
So then you could not have responded to anything outside what was framed.
I responded to the particulars or the charges.
Let me read to you. Embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai, Nefat Kenywa, Edwin Morangeti. We will not go into whether they are your relatives or not because we did that in another forum. Was there any table of particulars to indicate how much money Rose Kinya received, when they received them, how they have not accounted in A and B, because that is the only place where we see the particulars. Do you see any particular place where you are told Rose received this much, Miriam received this much, Nefat received this much, Kenneth received this much, Edwin received this much. Do you see that in the particulars?
There is no specific way or amount of money that is allocated to every person that the name appears in this accusation.
What instead they did is to throw a bush of infamous extracts and told you to look at those infamous, identify where Rose is, where Miriam is, Kenneth is, Nefat, Edwin. Is that what they did? Just giving you an infamous extract?
Just an infamous extract, to do it by myself, extract maybe the amount of money for Miriam, for Rose, for Kenneth, for Nefat.
In A and B, where the amount of 78 million is mentioned to have been, you are able to respond specifically to what you are facing.
There is nowhere a figure of 78 million is being indicated in this, as for the Miriam, Rose, Wantai, and the rest.
Apart again from the infamous extract.
It is only the infamous extract. Nothing else.
You have also seen the basis of their complaint. It is another complaint by Salesio Mutuma, who tables his own computation and files it with EACC. Is that correct?
Salesio Mutuma is an activist. He files a report to EACC, and the county assembly uses the same report that has been taken to the EACC by Salesio to accuse me of embezzlement of county funds. Nothing else apart from the report by Salesio Mutuma.
So then, even as you're making this response, Madam Governor, it is only out of abundance of caution that you supply the Senate with what you thought was necessary.
Yes.
Did you even have the guide to lead you to where you're supposed to get materials in support of any claim?
No.
None whatsoever?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any audit query or report that was generated by a competent body touching on embezzlement of county funds?
No audit report, no other report apart from an infamous report by Salesio Mutuma, an activist, to EACC.
But you have also taken time to explain what you thought the complainants might have been looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have created a schedule that appears in your response. Kindly look at that. Appearing from what page?
105.
105 of our response, the small booklet.
Yes.
So then, the computation you did there, is it conclusive, or is it based on what you understood to be the case from the county assembly? Because there were no particulars.
It is not conclusive.
It is not conclusive.
Yes.
The document again that you attached, was there any particular order to which you are preparing those documents, or you are basically looking at the IFMIS extract and giving what you thought was a suitable answer because there was no particular charge or request for you to look at any specific issue?
I tried my best to look at it so that I can give a feedback.
Thank you. So had you been properly guided by the motion, you would have done a better job in giving them very specific answers to specific queries?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the other charge of nepotism. First of all, let me ask you about this gentleman called Nefat Kenywa, who has been said to be a brother-in-law to you. Do you know Nefat Kenywa?
No. He's an employee of county government of Meru.
He's an employee of county government of Meru. Is he married to your sister?
None of my sisters are married.
Your sisters are single. So then Nefat cannot be your brother-in-law.
No.
Edwin Mutuma, is he your nephew? Nephew rather to your husband?
No.
You know very well the relatives or rather siblings to your husband?
I met him around 4-5 months ago.
That is Edwin?
That is Edwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's not, again...
he's not a relative.
He's not a relative. Your husband, and now that Amatit, has been accused of vilifying other leaders through a musical performance. There was a video that was played. For the sake of time, I will not ask for it to be played, but you are also present. I want you to look at the lyrics of that song. And even before you look at the lyrics, you were present.
Yes.
That song, to begin with, was sung in the Kiswahili dialect, true?
Yes.
So there was no need for it to be interpreted.
But Council, it's my prayer that we see the song so that I clear myself from that allegation.
Very well. Can we play? I could be guided where that clip is. It was a clip by... As we wait for the song, Madam Governor, we will watch it. But did your husband make reference to any elected leader?
He did not.
Did he make any reference to any other leader by name?
He did not.
What was the first gentleman saying in his song, to the best of your recollection?
That's why...
In fact, we have got the Kiswahili. Just read a few. At page 251 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Very quickly, Madam Governor, I urge you to read. We are pressed for time.
They want, is that from me?
Yes, just read in Swahili.
They want Kawira to come and help them steal. Kawira is against it. And when Kawira refuses, they dig...
I would love you to read the Kiswahili version. The song was sung in Kiswahili version. That is the translation. Kindly read the Kiswahili version. This is also a Swahili speaking.
Kila siku wanamtafutia makosa, wanataka Kawira awasaidie kuiba. Kawira akakataa, akasema yeye hataki wizi. Wakati alipokataa, wakaanza kumshimbia mashimo. Wanataka Kawira akule pesa, nao wanataka Kawira wakule pesa za barabara. Wanataka Kawira akubali wakule pesa ya dawa hospitali. Wanataka Kawira awasaidie kukula mali yetu. Igembe na waeleze ukweli kabisa, mpaka sasa sikilizeni kwa makini. Wanapanga pia kuchukua maisha ya Kawira. Wanapanga sasa mpaka kumuua Kawira. Lakini najua maombi yenu, huyo shetani ameshindwa katika jina la Yesu. Ati walikuwa wanasema tangu ile wakati ya impeachment ya kwanza, Kawira hajawahi kunywa chai kwa mikahawa ya Nairobi. Mara ya mwisho Kawira kunywa chai mikahawa ya Nairobi ni ile wakati ya impeachment. Na hiyo sasa ndio inafanya maadui wake wakasirike kabisa. Eti wanamtaka Kawira kuliko akuje okolea awe akienda Nairobi kule wakunywe nao chai na meza na pesa zenu. Kawira naye amekataa katakata, akasema kazi yake ni mashinani. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. wenye wivu wajinyonge.
Is there anything demeaning or targeting any leader in those lyrics?
No, nothing. No leader is being targeted or mentioned by name.
Is it true that you're facing a threat to your life, that the first gentleman in a musical performance passed that information?
It is.
Is there anything wrong in that? In your husband coming to your defense when your life is in danger?
He should come and defend the wife.
Thank you. You have been accused of particularly assigning diplomatic duties to your two sisters, unqualified sisters.
Yes.
You have made an explanation to that allegation. Can
Yes.
you point out where that response is?
It's in page 10.
As we peruse through, Mr. Speaker, sir,
It's page 15.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I note that my time is up. I'm seeking your indulgence for just 30 more minutes for me to wind up.
You need an extra 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed, most humbly, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I can proceed.
Thank you. Tell us the response you have offered to the allegation that you assigned your two sisters diplomatic duties.
I was invited, courtesy call to embassy in Nairobi, that is Slovakian. While on my way, I was diverted to attend a function at the State House. I can explain without lending.
Yes, kindly proceed.
On my way, I was accompanied by the County Secretary of Meru, my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and my driver. And then on the way, there was an urgent meeting. I decided to attend the meeting first so that I can join the other team later. The county secretary joined, or went to the embassy. As I was finishing from the State House, they had already done with the meeting. So I did not assign my sister any duty. It is just because I had traveled with my personal assistant and also the bodyguard to attend the meeting.
Did you later offer an explanation as to who attended that meeting and what was discussed in your Facebook at page 94?
Yes.
You confirmed that the person that attended that meeting and presided and had discussions was the county secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the China trip that you have been accused of sending your sisters and relatives to a tour. You got an invitation from a company?
Yes, to China.
To China.
Yes.
Did that company represent itself as having affiliations with the Chinese government, to the best of your understanding?
Yes, at first, the first case, it associated itself with the national or the country of China.
The state of China.
Yes.
You had planned initially to attend that trip. Is that the position?
Yes, I am planned to attend.
But before that, tell us, how often do you travel outside the country as the governor of Meru? How many trips have you had outside the country from the date you were sworn in as the governor?
I've only traveled once.
To which country?
South Korea.
When was that?
Around 6 months ago.
What was the practice when you traveled? How do you travel? Do you travel with your team together? Do they travel in advance? What happened during your last trip to South Korea?
For this specific one, I sent my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and the team in advance. And then I met them there later.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you send them in advance?
For preparations and also to know exactly what I'm supposed to do and arrange everything before I get there.
Okay. Was that the case with the China trip?
Yes, it was the case.
So who traveled to China and for what purpose did they travel?
Those who traveled to China are 4 people. One is the Waziri for Health.
Yes.
And then is the external leakages acting director, my personal assistant, and my bodyguard.
Did you eventually travel to China?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to China?
When my advance team arrived to China, it was contrary to what the Chinese people and the brokers. The message that was given to our office was different because the private company or the people that came to visit Meru associated themselves with the Chinese government. And upon arrival of my team there, it was contrary to what they said. It was just a private business company interested in investing in Meru.
So the assertion that this was an opportunity for a cancer center to be established in Meru by well-wishers through a private public partnership, is that the position?
Isn't the position. If at all it was a donor donating even a single item, I could be the first one to get there. But it was purely a business company interested in doing business in Meru.
You have read the affidavit of your CCM, George Gekunda.
Yes.
He explains clearly that they even discovered that the people who had invited you did not even have a physical office in China.
Yes, I've read it.
That they took them through various companies that manufacture items.
Yes.
Could not prove that they have any affiliation with any of those companies.
They did not have any.
Was it then safe for you to proceed to China with that information having been availed to you?
To me, it was a waste of time, even though the company was offering full sponsorship. But now, going to China just because of assisting some people to come and do business in Meru, it wasn't a priority to me.
Thank you. You have been questioned why the CEC or yourself did not seek any visa clearance to China. Do you have a Chinese visa?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So there was no need for you then, for the CS to ask for a visa to be provided. You already had one.
No.
Thank you. The deputy governor, has also accused you of arbitrarily relocating his office from next to your office to another block, changing the locks. Let me just read specifically. Number one, he's accusing you of arbitrary reduction suspension and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. Were you in any way involved in reduction and withdrawal of his budgetary facilitation?
No, and I cannot do that. In our office, we have AIU Older, who used to be the chief of staff, and he does, via other officers, facilitation to our travels, facilitation to our offices, and it has been done according to the way I know things.
In fact, yesterday during cross-examination, it was discovered that one Nefat Kenya received a lot of facilitation on behalf of the deputy governor. Is Nefat Kenya an administrator in the office of the deputy governor?
Yes, it is the deputy governor himself that suggested that Nefat Kenya to be the administrator in his office.
Thank you. You have been accused of threatening the deputy governor to inflict bodily harm against the governor. And this is in reference to one of the WhatsApp group that you said, nitafinya kieleweke. You remember that WhatsApp group, WhatsApp post?
Yes.
What were you talking about when you said, nitafinya kieleweke? You were also accused, to combine with that, of mobilizing jeshi ya kumaliza deputy governor. What were you referring to when you said choma jeshi?
Specifically, council. I would like to see where exactly I have referred the kufinya kieleweke or the jeshi to my deputy governor.
So you deny making that particular
The allegation is that it's to the deputy governor.
Yes.
Where exactly have I referred to my deputy governor?
Thank you. Who then were you referring to, or what was the context?
I was referring to the kind of things going around in Meru County, the type of bullying that is going around. Of course, as a leader, you have to respond to some of the issues that goes around. Kufinya kieleweke, what's wrong with that?
Thank you. So you were not making any reference to
I was not making any reference to any particular person.
You have also been accused of forcefully breaking, entering, and ransacking
is a criminal. For the relevant authorities for doing such an act. I've never done that.
Thank you. Arbitrary relocation of the deputy governor's office. Is it true that there were reorganizational issues in the office of the governor that saw certain offices moved from one location to the other?
Yes, there was reorganization after we earned a big team of acting chief officers. In Meru, we have two blocks, the old block and the new one. And then the old block that has been used by the first governor, Kiraito Moronge, and partly by Honorable His Excellency Peter Munya. And that is where the deputy governor was reallocated to stay.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of accusing other leaders of being the 10 cartels in Meru in an event where the head of state was in attendance. Were you referring to the members of parliament? Because that is what was said yesterday.
Council, why would one suggest that I was referring to anyone when I've not mentioned one?
Who were you talking about when you said kuna makatel zaidi ya 10?
There's a certain story in Kemeru, maybe to take 1 minute to explain. One person thieves broke to his home, stole his own goat, and then there was a chief's meeting with everyone in that village. And that old man akaenda amebeba mkuki, akasema ya kwamba katikati yenu ninaona kuna mtu ambaye ameiba ile mbuzi yangu. Just in 1 meter I will kill that person. Hakujua ni nani. Mtu mmoja akachomoka tu mara moja akaenda. That's when now the man realized who the person was. In my case, when I talked about Makatel, I not mention anyone. I said this county will not be micromanaged by few cartels or 10 cartels and few rich people to assume that Meru is the way they want to paint it bad.
Thank you.
I did not mention anyone.
You did not mention anyone. That's
Yes.
quite important. There are these WhatsApp groups in Meru, County Admin Services, Third Government, 012. Are you the admin of these groups?
I'm not. I was added in that group.
You were added in that
Yes.
group. Is it an official WhatsApp group in Meru?
No, we don't have an official WhatsApp group in Meru County.
Did you at any moment incite or encourage any admin to remove the deputy governor from?
I don't know even the administrator. I was just handed.
Thank you. Did you encourage anyone to demean or insult?
No.
You did not. Thank you. I'll not talk about, let me ask you this question, it's quite important. It's the issue of sending certain employees of the county on compulsory leave. You remember that issue?
Yes, I remember.
You remember that issue? Number one, are you the one who sent these people on compulsory leave?
I'm not the one.
Who did that?
The county secretary.
County secretary.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were sent on compulsory leave?
I was notified after the county secretary sent them on compulsory leave due to some allegations that were reported to EACC.
So you are not part of the decision to send these people on compulsory leave?
No.
But you made a comment on Facebook
Yes.
about that issue.
Yes.
You confirm that you have appointed certain people to take charge of the revenue board.
Again, the appointment was done same as the sending of the same or the people on compulsory leave. Mine was to show or for people to know that these people are no longer doing or acting on behalf of Meru County government, and these are the new team that is on board.
Later on, you were subject of court proceedings in a case where these people cited you as a respondent, and subsequently there were contempt of court orders issued. Why were you cited as a respondent in that matter?
By virtue of my office, not even that single matter, but almost in all matters, I'm among the third or the fourth or the seventh respondent by virtue of my office.
So does it point out to any personal responsibility, or it is normal and ordinary for parties to file cases against the office of the governor?
It is normal, especially when it touches the county government of Meru.
Indeed, Madam Governor, when you came to office, you continued defending cases that were filed against the office of the governor for actions that took place even before you got to office?
When I got to office, I met 800 and something cases in court.
Those cases were citing the governor as a respondent?
Yes.
Did they in any way communicate that you personally had a responsibility to the action that offended the person who went to court, or it is by virtue of the office?
In all those cases, there is nowhere where I was directly responsible.
Thank you. Lastly, we have an issue of appointment of the following person. But before I go there, let us talk about the traffic marshals in Meru. You have been accused of creating this office called the traffic marshals without following due process. Did you commit that offense?
I did not appoint anyone for the traffic marshals. That was a pilot project from the Department of Public Service. Just like any other governor or leader, you are mandated or you're supposed to launch a project. But I did not participate in employing any of the traffic marshals.
Did you later seek the approval of the County Public Service Board to create this office?
The county secretary did it.
And those discussions are ongoing?
The discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
And one council may ask, who then were the drivers of the border? We have the enforcement team and some few others that were piloting or were used to pilot the project. So we've never employed any single person to do that duty.
Thank you. You have been told that you bear the ultimate responsibility even for actions of your CECs, county chief officers, directors, drivers, your chief of staff. What is your understanding of your role as a governor of Meru County?
Of course, to provide leadership counsel, and also, even though in some ways I might be involved where I'm directly giving a direction, maybe via memo, because a government has a way of communication. But in this case, or in all these allegations before me today, none of them that I have alluded my signature, neither given a memo for the accusations that are before me.
Thank you. The very last, we have seen a lot of, and I do not wish to go deep in it, but we have seen the County Assembly trying to make a big deal of some payments that were done on one day to Rose, to other members of county government. Is it that these people are being paid for forged interest? Or why is it that there is an indication of many payments done on one day? To the best of your understanding, though you may not have the technical.
In county government, Mr. Speaker and the honorable senators, we receive funds not in one bunch. At times, funds are delayed, and some functions have to continue, like traveling, like meetings, and in most cases, we do or they do using their own money, like traveling, and then when money gets in or lands to our accounts, then they are paid. The issue of paying 10 payments in a day might have been a delay of payments which has not been done for a month or two.
Thank you. When you travel, is money put in your account or it is deposited in the account of your PA, or it's your PA who receives it?
Since I became a governor, none of a single or no single coin has ever been deposited to my account.
How do you travel? Who then receives that money for your facilitation?
The PA.
Thank you.
The administrators.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. I wish to hand her over for cross-examination. Thank you.
County Assembly, you may proceed to do your cross-examination. By way of indication, Counsel for the County Assembly, how much time do you need?
Mr. Speaker, if it finds favor with you, we request 2.5 hours.
You request?
2.5 hours. We only make this request, Mr. Speaker, based on the scope of the issues covered by the witness. They are not issues we can address in a short time. Our main witness, I think, was cross-examined for a similar amount of time. It's only fair for purposes of equality of arms.
Let's try 1.5, and then we'll gauge it from there.
The Honorable Governor Mwangaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Would you agree that the cultural structure and values and attitudes of the Mount Kenya community are substantially similar, even though there may be small details of variation?
No.
So it is your case, the culture of the Ameru, Embu, and the Gikuyu are vastly different.
Yes.
Are their languages also vastly different, or are they substantially mutually intelligible?
Different.
Are they mutually intelligible?
No.
I put it to you, Kawira, that anyone who lives in this country actually knows there isn't much difference in the cultures, values, and attitudes of those three communities. What do you say to that?
There is difference because, for example, in Meru we have Jorincheke. Do the Kikuyus have Jorincheke?
They have Kiama, and I'm sure you know even the Jorincheke is also called Kiama. It's just a difference of names. Anyway, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is the governor of Embu a man or a woman?
A woman.
To the best of your knowledge, is this woman governor being hounded out by some misogynistic male leadership?
Unless she's here to testify, I cannot testify.
To the best of your knowledge, has the woman governor of Embu been impeached 3 times? Has she faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
I know of one Anu Waiguru who was impeached twice.
Let's stick to Embu for now. Has the governor of Embu faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Nakuru equally as a woman governor, right?
Yes.
It has a huge population of Mount Kenya diaspora. True or untrue?
True.
Has that woman governor in Nakuru faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Kwale as a woman governor, true or false?
True.
The people of Kwale are Bantus, just like the people of Mount Kenya, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has that woman governor faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Homa Bay, which is a different cultural area, as a woman governor, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has she faced any impeachment motion in the last 1 year?
No.
As a matter of fact, Meru itself, as an elected woman MCA, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has that woman MCA in Meru encountered any backlash from a toxic masculinity to hound her out of office?
Several times.
Have you adduced that evidence anywhere in your response?
No, because it was not part and parcel of my response.
Meru as a woman representative, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In fact, you yourself were a woman representative of Meru for a whole 5 years.
Yes.
Did anyone try to recall you because you are a woman?
No.
Good. Let's go to, you just told Mr. Speaker, it's more common story in Meru. Tell me whether you know of this story, which is also very common in Meru, of a woman who would beat her husband, then scream, and because the society is socialized to think it is the man beating the woman, and she has locked the house, people would think it is the man who was beating the woman, while the truth was the other way around. Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Of course, you've never heard of it, because it's not convenient. Let's agree, Governor Kawira, for argument's sake, without conceding, let's agree the MCAs are indeed acting under the influence of external people. Would that mean your sisters never received the monies we allege?
Pardon?
If we temporarily agree for argument's sake that the reason the MCAs have impeached you all these times is because of toxic masculinity and evil motives and malice and whatnot, we want, for argument's sake, in my next series of questions, to work on the assumption that that is true. If the MCAs are malicious, would that be an answer to why your sisters were receiving monies irregularly from the county?
No.
If the MCAs are intimidated or influenced, would that be an answer to the count on usurpation of statutory functions of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Indeed, Governor Kawira, the motivations of the MCAs, you will agree, are therefore irrelevant as long as there is evidence in support of the charge.
There is no support in the charge.
That's for the Senate to decide. But assuming there is evidence in support of the charge, is it your position the charge would fail because even though there is evidence, the MCAs are driven by an ulterior motive? Is that what you're inviting the Senate to do, assuming the Senate believes you're an innocent victim of evil machinations? Does that undo the evidence against you on the charges?
The charges should have evidence.
If they have the evidence, my question is, would evil intentions on the part of the MCAs undo that evidence? Would the evidence cease to exist because the MCAs are acting maliciously?
No.
The answer is?
No.
No. So you will agree with me, therefore, the case against you should be decided on the evidence, not on the motivations of the MCAs.
Yes, on the evidence.
Thank you very much. That's a very useful answer. Let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Mr. Speaker, that would be from page 1 of volume 2. You just told the Senate that the reason you did not account for the entire 78 million
is because the motion only related to your sisters. Is that still your position?
Yes.
Did you read volume 2 as you read the impeachment motion?
Where is the volume?
Did you read the bundle that contains the Assembly's evidence?
The evidence is the IFMIS extract by Salesio.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, the impeachment motion says the evidence is in the complaint by Salesio. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
It would mean, therefore, the impeachment motion must be read together with the complaint by Salesio. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you refer to paragraph 11 of the motion? (11A), can you read it to the Senate?
Yes, I can read.
Read it for us.
87 of 68. Evidence of the governor engagement, convenience, and complicity in the proceeding. 2, gross violation of the Constitution. 3, 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office to be found in, accompanied by Duranira Salesio Mutuma to Ethics and Corruption Commission on 11th August 2023.
So you agree you are given sufficient notice that the Assembly will be relying on the complaint by Salesio in the motion itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Fair enough.
Incorrect.
We said it's okay, we can live with your answer. But let's go to the complaint by Salesio. Can you go to page 4, volume 2? What does it say? At 2.5?
Volume.
It refers to Kadure Rukaria Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore correct that you had prior notice. There is a complaint by Salesio regarding payments to this particular person.
Kadure Rukaria.
Did you or did you not receive this page 4, volume 2, Governor Kawira? Either you did or you did not receive it.
I want to see the charge first because the charge talks about embezzlement of funds by relatives.
Yes, we moved from the charge to the evidence where you already referred to the complaint by Salesio. The complaint has to be read in its entirety.
The author of the IFMIS report, Salesio, in the IFMIS report, we have more than 100 persons who have received funds.
And all these 100 persons are persons working in your office, correct or incorrect?
And these 100 persons are not mentioned in the impeachment.
Fair enough, Governor. Do these 100 persons work in your office? Either they do or they don't.
I'm not aware of everyone who works in my office.
Good. But does page 17 indicate these are transactions by persons who work in your office? At the top of page 17, does it show that these are transactions by persons who work in your office?
Currently, county government of Meru, we have 6,000 employees, and I cannot know every person by name.
Governor, unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of ducking my questions. My question is, does this IFMIS indicate in black and white
that these are transactions by persons working in your office?
I don't.
Either it does or it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Can you read the top, the very first item on that page 17?
Yes.
Read it to the Senate.
Vote. These are small ones, I can't see.
I don't mind if your assistant can read for you.
Okay.
She can read for you.
Vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor.
You will agree, Madam Governor, the document itself indicates it's about transactions in your office, not another office.
In my office, from July 2022, when I was not the governor of Meru.
Yes, and while you were seated here, we pointed out only 12 transactions lie in the previous regime. All the others have happened when you were the governor, correct or incorrect?
And that's why, Council, you want me to know everyone, who, including those who worked in the previous regime, from this document?
You won't get away from this, Madam Governor, by being clever. Can you see page 17? You confirm the transactions begin on 1st July,
yes,
when Kiraitu was the governor,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And it follows like that, 1st July, and when July ends, the next entries are for 20th September 2022, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct. You are the governor as at September 2022.
Yes.
It must therefore follow that for all these hundreds of transactions, all of them except the first 12 happened during your tenure as governor of Meru.
Yes.
Good. Let's go back to the complaint by Celestio. At page 4, Celestio talks of withdrawals by Kadure Rukaria Catherine. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And he has analyzed them, and most of them are indicated the payment description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In your understanding of government accounting and PFM, should public money be expended and the accounting description is not applicable?
Council, I'm not an accountant.
You are the governor, unfortunately, so answer my question.
As the governor of Meru, the way I understand is that after this IFMIS report, if it's a genuine one, of which I doubt, follows an audited report. Before me, if it was an audited report which clears or rectifies any mess that is in IFMIS report, then it could be a question that I could be easily able to answer.
Does the county government have access to IFMIS?
Yes.
In fact, your junior officials have credentials to IFMIS.
Yes.
Therefore, they could easily have just logged in and printed the correct IFMIS if your case is you doubt the authenticity of this one. Correct or incorrect?
I repeat again that IFMIS extract is not the final document.
That's not my question, Madam Governor. The question is, would your CEC finance, would your chief officer finance, would your own chief of staff, who is the accounting officer in your office, do all these people have login credentials to IFMIS?
They have.
Good. And therefore, when the assembly asked you to present the IFMIS extract, all your officials needed was to log in, print, submit. Correct or incorrect?
There was a reply by the...
There is a reply, answer my question. All they needed to do, if there was any reason to doubt the authenticity of this IFMIS, was to log in and print.
Council, do the assembly rely on IFMIS?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the witness answers my question. I don't want to have an altercation with her. I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, please.
They have the right to print the...
Yes, and therefore you will acknowledge all they needed to put this matter to rest if there was no embezzlement was to log in and print. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
But instead of doing that very simple task, your CEC and your officials, what they did is to manually type their own figures instead of those on the system. Page 105 of your response. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Are you saying the document at page 105 of your response is a system-generated report?
This is generated from my office or from the Salesio?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Salesio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Salesio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed, which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Council, you're insisting that she has typed and she's saying they did not. Can you re-ask the question so that she can answer that?
On its face, the document in your defense, is it generated from IFMIS or is it manually typed? Because that should be clear from the face of the document.
This is the summary of IFMIS payment.
It is not an extract from IFMIS, is it or is it not?
It is an extract of the IFMIS.
Does it have a timestamp?
Time what?
And if timestamp?
Yes.
Where is the timestamp? Show it to us.
It has the voucher number, the payee.
I'm not talking about voucher numbers. I'm talking about a timestamp. System-generated report from IFMIS indicate when they were printed, when they were downloaded. They leave a footprint. Who keyed them and when? You will agree, Madam Governor, so that we save time, your document is not system-generated. And that's why I said you typed it. If you refuse to answer the question, I'll proceed and invite the Senate to make whatever conclusions it wants to conclude from that refusal.
Council, you can put it to her and proceed.
There?
You can put it to her and proceed.
Madam Governor, I'm putting it to you that you're refusing to answer this question.
I'm not refusing to answer any question.
I put it to you, you're dodging my questions.
Which one particularly?
Whether the report at page 105 of your defense is a system-generated document or a document typed on a desk by someone.
It's a system of a summary of IFMIS payment.
We'll leave it to the Senate to see who to believe on that so that we don't spend all the time on one issue. At page 10 of our volume 2, how much money does Salesio say Catherine Rukaria irregularly withdrew from the vote for the office of the governor? 29, there is a total there. It is how much? Can you read it for the Senate?
Grant total payment made by Catherine Rocaria, 29,018,714.
How much does he give as the total that was withdrawn from your office during this period covered by the IFMIS?
Grant total paid to the county government of Meru.
Yes.
That is 188 million. That is the grant total paid to the county government.
Read the exact figure. What is the exact figure?
88,609,373.
And it says the amount withdrawn by just one Catherine Rukari is what percentage of the total? It is indicated there in black and white?
15%.
15%.
Yes.
Let's go to lead and gather, same page 10. Again, Celestio has outlined many payments where the description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect on the face of it?
Correct.
Let's go to page 12 that involves your sister. Celestio has again listed all the specific payments to your sister. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And again, most of them, the item description is not applicable. And on the IFMIS, the description is prepayment. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And what is the total amount, this sister of yours?
2,769,000.
Is this amount smaller or bigger than the total amount for the imprest you have submitted to the Senate? This amount here of 2,769,000, is it smaller or bigger than the amount you have accounted for?
Let me see the booklet that I have accounted for.
You have only accounted for 2.6 million, Madam Governor, for all the relatives, and yet for just one of them, the amount irregularly disbursed is 2.7 million. I'm putting it to you that the sum of the amount of money you have accounted for all your relatives, is actually smaller than the amount paid to just one of them, as per this document.
And as per this document, which is an IFMIS report, the audited report clears any error that is in this report. We have cases in this same report that you are referring to, some of the payments named as hospitality payment, which are hospital surprise rather than hospitality payments. Who will rectify the mess which is still in your evidence booklet named as hospital surprise rather than hospitality surprise?
Governor Kawira, who is responsible for inputting transactions on IFMIS at Meru County?
PFM Act Section 103 gives the responsible person to correct the measures. It establishes the CEC finance is the end and it makes all decisions. And the Public Audit Act 31 spells out the audit process for documents to be tabled before Parliament and Assembly.
So you will agree with me?
So this IFMIS report must go through the audit for us to get a final copy that can be read by this honorable House.
Except that's not the question I asked you, and I agree with you. But you agree the answer to my question is that it is your officials who enter the data in this IFMIS.
Who is right now? Is it our officials or the activists?
Answer my question. Madam Speaker, please.
Councillor, what is your question?
My question is whether it is county officials in Meru who keyed in the data on IFMIS.
Governor?
Yes, it is the county officials for our case.
And therefore you will agree with me, if there is any misrepresentation of hospital as hospitality in IFMIS, the person that should take responsibility for that is your own officials, correct or incorrect?
Correct, and that's why we have another process.
I have received my answer,
audit.
Madam Governor. You have said it's correct. You have given an explanation that the reason your officials and relatives receive all these payments is by way of interest. That's why on IFMIS it is captured as prepayment, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you aware an interest is to be surrendered within 7 days?
Prepayment cancel is money requested for activities not done, and after the activities have been done, the accounting person accounts for every coin before receiving any other money.
Again, you're dodging my question.
Repeat
the question is, isn't an interest supposed to be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days?
Surrender of interest are surrendered within specific days.
My question is very easy. By law, should an interest be surrendered within 7 days? It's either yes or no. Should an interest be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days? What's your answer, Madam Governor?
I'm not sure if it's within 7 days.
Fair enough. You will also agree with me, this report covers an entire year, financial year, July to the date, the last date there. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And therefore, if payments made in September last year by way of interest still appear as prepayment, the only conclusion that arises is that those interests were never surrendered and accounted for. It is the only accounting conclusion that ensues, Madam Governor. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. And the reason is that you cannot receive funds from the Treasury before surrendering everything that you received earlier on.
As a matter of fact, Madam Governor, so that I show you you're a liar, can an officer be given an interest without accompanying hard cash?
Repeat again.
Is an interest given with, is an interest when an officer takes an interest, aren't they given cash? Isn't that why it is indicated as a prepayment? Because they have been given cash to expend and later account.
It depends whether the
it is yes
government...
or no, Madam Governor. Can one be given an interest without a cash disbursement to them? Would you call that an interest?
It is a prepayment.
Madam Governor, I put it to you, you can't have it both ways. It is your case that the reason these items appear as interest on IFMIS is because they were by way of interest. Isn't that your defense, Madam Governor?
Can you ask clearer? What is it? What question do you want her to answer?
The question, Madam Governor, which I'm putting to you, is that your answer that officers take interest and then later on, when money is disbursed from Treasury, they are paid. That is why they are paid several, their peers.
What is the question? Are you putting it to her or you asking?
I'm putting it to her, Madam Speaker, that your answer cannot hold, which you gave in chief, that the reason your relatives have several payments on the same day is because money is paid after the event and after there has been an accumulation. That cannot be correct because an interest is always supported by hard cash. So it is given on cash basis. So the question of waiting for money does not hold, Madam Governor.
These are prepayments, and these are money requested for activities not paid before. And when money arrives to the county government, they are paid. For example, if I'm traveling today from here to a certain destination, we will use our own resources and later surrender the documents for the person concerned to receive the payment.
Let's use your own example, Madam Governor, pause it there. If you travel today on your own money, which will be refunded later, would you be given an interest for spending your own money?
You will be paid for spending
That's not my question, Madam Governor. You're going on a trip, and we all agree it happens every day, on your own money to be refunded later. Are you given an interest on that occasion when you're traveling on your own pocket to claim later?
You will be given interest if there are some goods you are required to buy on cash. And the amount of money that the council we are discussing is the office of the governor, where there are no projects apart from the usage of money by way of travelers and other things like purchase of items in the office of the governor. No projects is done in the office of the governor. How else do we expect the office of the governor to work or to receive money if not by this form?
I did ask you any question, formula. Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you wrap up on that question? And can you? I think the Senate might be able to appreciate the issue of interests. I request that you move to the next question.
Madam Speaker, my name is Morero, and I have a few questions for the Governor. Madam Governor, we were told by your witness, the CEC for Legal and Public Service Management, that the originals of the surrender documents are with the auditors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And he told us that the originals that are with the auditors are signed. Is that your position?
Yes.
So if the originals are with the auditors and they are signed, where did you get these surrender documents that are not signed?
Council, what happens after you surrender the interest? When you surrender the surrender of the interest, you have a voucher that is in your documents attached to your files, signed, verified, and examined by an examiner. I think those are the documents you have. Are they examined and verified?
No, the documents we have are not examined or signed.
by the Director of Accounts, or by the Chief Officer Finance. And if your testimony or your evidence is that the originals are signed and they are with the auditors, where did you get these copies that are not signed? Can you have two documents, one which is signed, the original, and another document that is not signed with respect to the same transaction?
Of course, every person has to keep a record of what maybe you might be asked to give and give it out.
So you would agree with me then that the documents you provided here are not a proper record or representation of the documents that are with the auditors?
And that's why we have...
No, it's a yes, no question. Would you agree with me then that the documents that you've provided here, because they are not signed, and the ones that are with the auditors, the originals, are signed, then these documents, obviously, are not a proper representation or copies of the documents you submitted to the auditors?
They are the same documents submitted to the auditors.
Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll invite the Senate to make the necessary conclusion. Governor, you can turn with me to page 295 of our volume 2. And my first question, Governor, is whose responsibility is it by law to appoint chief officers? Is it your responsibility to appoint chief officers?
No.
By law, whose responsibility is it to appoint chief officers?
Public Service Board.
Governor, maybe I can clarify there that the position of the law, if you check section 45 of the County Governments Act, is that the governor appoints chief officers on recommendation of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
The County Public Service Board advertises.
Yes.
They shortlist.
Yes.
They interview.
Yes.
Then they submit names. And in fact, in your case, they submitted 3 names for every department.
Yes.
To the governor for formal appointment.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So who does the actual appointment? The governor.
Yes.
So the document at page 295, now that you agree that it is the governor who formally appoints chief officers as by law, you will agree with me, Governor, that the document at page 295 emanates from your office. It is signed by the County Secretary for Her Excellency the Governor, and it communicates your decision as Governor to appoint certain individuals as chief officers, some in acting capacity, some in substantive positions, correct?
Council, I would like you to...
It's a yes-no question, Governor, so that we move.
There's no.
So you have not appointed these persons?
I've not appointed.
Okay. I'll refer you then to number 1, Naomi Kamunde, that is appearing. Can you read aloud what the document says at number 1?
I want to read from slightly above number 1.
Okay, you can start there then.
Redeployment.
Okay. Redeployment, go ahead. Or maybe assistant can
In
do it for you.
order to improve on efficiency and effectiveness in the service delivery, the following changes have been agreed upon.
Okay.
Naomi Kamunde to move from Office of the Governor, Directorate of Protocol, to perform functions of Chief Officer, Office of the Governor, awaiting substantive Chief Officer.
Okay.
Yes.
So, by this letter, Naomi Kamunde is to move from the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And perform the functions of Chief Officer, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer, correct?
Yes.
And we've agreed that the power to appoint chief officers resides in you as a governor.
Is that appointment?
No, we have agreed that the power to appoint resides in you as a governor, correct?
Yes.
Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board?
In this case...
No, it's a yes/no question, Governor. Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
Who has signed this document?
It is signed. Answer my question. Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll seek your protection. May the witness answer the question.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, sir.
It's a yes?
Repeat again.
Is it your evidence that in appointing chief officers, in whatever capacity, whether substantive or acting, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
When appointing a new chief officer.
When appointing a new chief officer. So I take it that it is your evidence that when appointing a chief officer in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board. That is your evidence.
The county secretary also has the powers.
By what? By which law? By which law? Show me the law. I am willing to be persuaded, Madam Governor, show me the law. What allows the county secretary to appoint chief officers?
Not
in
to
whatever
appoint,
capacity.
but to redeploy.
Governor, the question is not on deployment. The question is on appointment. The question is on appointment. And turn with me to page 335. What document is on page 335?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Okay.
This is an advisory.
An advisory by the County Public Service Board. Yes. At paragraph 2, just read aloud what the County Public Service Board has advised all chief officers, because this is an internal memorandum, through the County Secretary, who is the head of public service.
The County Public Service Board have advised the County Secretary and the end of public service, but not the Governor of Meru.
Okay. Yeah. But we agreed that it is a function of the Governor to appoint chief officers. We agreed on that, section 45.
Yes.
Okay.
But
go ahead
there is no
just go ahead
advisory by the county government or the County Public Service Board to the Governor.
I agree with you on that. But I'm saying just read paragraph 2. Or do I read it aloud for you to agree?
No, I should read.
Okay.
This is advisory to the County Secretary and Head of Public Service with respect to establishment of offices, appointments, including acting appointments to all levels of staff. Please note that it is the sole statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board as guided by the sections 59, subsection 1, A and B, 63 and 64 of the County Government Act 2012, to read together with the section 34, Act 2017, and section 16 and 23, PSC Regulations 2020. Any other appointments done outside this is deemed null and void.
The County Public Service Board says that all appointments, including acting appointments at all levels of staff, is by law, and the laws are quoted there. It is the sole statutory responsibility of the board, correct?
Yes.
So, could you then, you or your your county secretary, in the document on page 295 and 296, purport to appoint chief officers in acting capacity or substantive capacity? Could you purport to do so? Are you within the law in purporting to do so? That is my question.
I am not the one that did this. The letter is clearly signed by the county secretary.
But for who, Madam Governor? The letter is signed by the county secretary for who? For the governor, correct? And the appointment is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor, correct? At page 295.
Where?
At page 295, on the top of the page, the letterhead is office of the governor, correct?
The letterhead for all the offices in my office have office of the governor, not this one specifically.
No problem, but this one specifically is office of the governor.
Yes.
Is the county secretary?
Council, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
I would like to alert all parties of the timelines that we are going to follow, and we are going to strictly adhere to this. The cross-examination will end at 7:10 without any extra minute. The re-examination will start from 7:10 to 7:30. The clarification by senators will start from 7:30 to 7:50. And then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the County Assembly for 60 minutes from 7:50 to 8:50. Then we will have the closing statement on behalf of the government for 60 minutes from 8:50 to 9:50. And then from 9:50 to 10, we will have an in-camera session, and the Senate will then have debate on the motion and division between 10 and 11:50 p.m. So this is to alert you to just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Very well, Madam Speaker. We are guided accordingly. So, Governor, back to my question. The specific letter on page 295 is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor. And we have agreed that the governor is the appointing authority for chief officers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is the county secretary a staff in the office of the governor?
The county secretary?
Yes.
And the public?
Is the county secretary
in the county government of Meru?
Staff in the county government of Meru.
Yes.
You will agree with me that the county secretary is the head of public service,
yes,
and is therefore not a staffer in the office of the governor.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So, in as much as you might want to say that the county secretary was signing on your behalf, is not.
The county secretary
is not a staffer in your office, correct?
The county secretary assigned the letter
for the governor, though he is not a staffer in your office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Governor, turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. Under paragraph 4, that is the response by the County Public Service Board to the clerk of the County Assembly. You will agree with me that in that response, the County Public Service Board states, and I quote, the board is the appointing authority according to Section 64 of the County Government Act.
Not disputed.
And the board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the Act. You agree with me? At least that is apparent on the face of the document, correct?
Maybe.
You agree?
I'm not the one that was writing to them.
No, but you agree that is what the board says, Governor? That is
yes,
obvious.
According to the letter.
Okay. So the board, the County Public Service Board, actually disowns your appointment and says that the appointments of the 17 chief officers whom you have appointed on the 23rd of August, most of whom are in acting capacity, was done without its involvement. Correct?
And to me, the board, the role of...
It's a yes, no question, Governor, so that we move.
Answer. The role of the board is to give advisory to the end of county public service.
The role of the board is to recommend for appointment to you so that you appoint. The powers reside in you, not the county secretary. We agree on that, Governor.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the board disowns those appointments and says that you did not consult the board in making the appointments. You specifically, because you are the appointing authority.
And I specifically did not appoint any person.
I think
Madam Speaker, we are constrained to seek your direction because we believe the rules of cross-examination is that a witness answers questions, they don't tell stories. And the reason we seek your direction and perhaps invocation of your powers under the relevant standing order is that we believe this witness is engaging us in an altercation, knowing very well our time is very limited, so that we don't have the opportunity to put to her all the relevant questions that we need to put.
Madam Governor, please answer the questions as asked.
Council, I have never appointed
Madam
any
Speaker,
of these.
Madam Speaker, just hold on. Council, can you ask the question and can she answer it?
Madam Governor, my question is, the County Public Service Board has disowned your appointments.
Not my appointment.
Who is the appointing authority?
The person who has signed here.
So, Governor, are you saying you have abdicated your roles as Governor and you delegated your authority to appoint to the County Secretary?
I have not delegated.
So, who appointed these officers? Is it you or the County Secretary?
The County Secretary.
Okay. So, Governor, you're telling this Honorable House that as Governor, you can delegate your statutory authority to appoint the chief officers, just a moment, Madam Speaker. I want to show you, you can turn to our volume 3, or maybe I can just show you. Our volume 3, it's a small bundle with a green cover. The appointment of county chief officers. Governor, you will agree with me on 45, section 45, it reads as follows, that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officers from among persons competitively sourced and recommended by the County Public Service Board, and with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. You agree? That is the law. That is the law, Governor. You agree?
Council, I agree.
Very well, Madam Governor. So, have you presented a valid authority before this House to show that you could validly delegate your authority to the County Secretary to appoint this chief officer on your behalf?
The acting chief.
Is there an authority? Is there an authority, Madam Governor?
Council,
from your documents.
Let me explain, Council.
Is there an authority? Yes or no?
These acting
Madam
chief
Governor, is there an authority?
Are
Madam
directors
Governor,
in the same
they want
office.
a yes or no answer. Just answer. Whether you
No one has
delegated
been
that authority.
sourced from outside. These are directors at acting capacity awaiting
I think, Madam
substantive
Speaker,
recruitment.
I leave the Senate to draw a conclusion on that question. Madam Governor, you can turn with me to page 68 of our volume 2. And for purposes of clarity, in your exam in chief, you stated that you did not travel to China, correct?
Yes.
You never traveled to China.
I have.
Did you seek clearance to travel to China?
Yes.
You sought clearance?
Yes.
But you never traveled?
Yes.
Okay. The document on page 68 says, and the question is, the persons in the letter that is signed by the county secretary makes reference to following the invitation of the governor of Meru County, the following technical team. The wording is technical team, correct?
Yes.
And turn with me to page 86. In that letter, we can see your name listed there as part of the persons who were supposed to travel to China, correct?
Yes.
Though you never did.
I never did.
So, because, Madam Governor, your defense is that your relatives traveled as part of an advance team, yet in the letter of 5th June 2023, we see that you tried to obtain clearance on the same day. Were they traveling as part of an advance team of another team that was to come if you are in the same letter with them, seeking clearance? Is that defense consistent with what we see on page 86?
Yes, it is.
Fair enough. And at page 87, Madam Governor, we see a Mr. Nefat Kenyu Meme, whose title is designated as Director External Linkages, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say that he was an office administrator in the office of the governor.
Yes, and later moved to act in the external leakages.
And later moved to?
External leakages acting director.
Okay. Was he competitively recruited by the board in order for him to act? Okay, not competitively recruited. Let me rephrase, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Was he formally appointed by the board, County Public Service Board, in order for him to act as a director external linkages? Was he?
He was an
Yes or no?
He was an employee of county government.
Was he appointed formally by the County Public Service Board in that acting capacity? Was he?
By the county public service board?
Yes.
No.
He was not.
By the county secretary.
By the county secretary?
Yes.
And in that advisory that I just showed you in our bundle, in that advisory by the County Public Service Board, it says that all appointments, whether acting or substantive, in all levels of the county public service are the exclusive responsibility, statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board. Is that not a violation of the law, Madam Governor?
It depends with the county secretary.
Does it depend on the county secretary or what the law says? Is it a matter of discretion? Or it is a matter of about compliance with what the law says?
The county secretary council cannot do this minus any law guiding him to do this.
So what is the law then that supports your position?
That's why I want some 2 minutes to get exactly why the county secretary has power to have a director to act for some few months awaiting substantive recruitment of a chief officer.
Again, Madam Speaker, I leave the Senate to draw the necessary conclusion. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker. Madam Governor, I'll refer you to the screenshots from pages 149 of our volume 2. In your defense, you state that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
In your defense is that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
I'm the
foremost peacemaker.
Yes, yes, yes.
The timestamp appearing on the screen grab at page 149 is on 20th of May, 2023, at the top, correct?
Yes.
Long before the impeachment motion was tabled?
It depends.
Between May and October 16th, how many months? Roughly 4 months, actually.
Yes.
Correct? And before May 20th is before the videos you played here of the parties withdrawing your support from you, correct?
Yes.
And on this page, Madam Governor, we see your chief of staff removing, the screenshots are provided by the Deputy Governor for your information. Your chief of staff removed him from this WhatsApp group. You will agree? At least you are a member of that group. You saw that, correct?
I'm a member.
Who are the other members of the group?
So many, I don't know the number, but so many members.
Including members of the public?
Yes.
As per your defense. And at pages 155 in the other group, you can turn with me to 155. We also see that the Honorable Mutia, chief officer, removed the deputy governor from this group, which is on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
And in the interest of time, I'll refer you to page 160. This is a screen grab of your message about Kuchoma Jeshi that you are referred to by your counsel, correct?
Yes.
And your most disturbing message on page 163, a transcript of which, Madam Speaker, is on page is on page 446 of our volume 2, correct? Madam Governor, where you say, and DG mobilized fuel levy.
Yes.
Can you read that aloud, that message?
Yes, I can see the message.
I want you to read it aloud.
I can see it's Kitabun Kanata who was copy pasted again.
Oh, turn to page 163 where it's Governor Mwangaza. One page, 163.
Where is Governor Mwangaza here?
On the top. That is your message, Governor.
Okay. And the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
I continue?
Yes, continue.
Pamwe pagashwa uria pakamia mbira ya mbokando ukabaigwa.
Okay. What did you mean, Governor, by those words?
I meant that the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
As you saw in the clip.
I did not see, but go on.
As we saw in the...
No, just proceed, Governor. I'm not a witness.
Then I said, some will try to see things easy, according to the proverb, and they will get hard way.
They will?
They will get hard way.
Madam Speaker, the correct translation is on page 446. I don't want to spend much time on it, because it seems the governor will not as
It's a proverb. In the real sense, how do you have Birembo?
No harm, Madam Governor, no harm. And this was way before that video by the DG. That was way before.
No.
When was this message written?
It was after.
You see, Madam Governor, we can follow through all the way from May 20th to May 27th, correct? When the DG was removed from the group. And the video that you played here by the DG was on 20th September.
And this WhatsApp group, you get a message and then you repost again using the same message.
So are you saying you reposted this message after 20th September?
Not myself, but the person who is Kinoti Kanata.
No, but Madam Governor, it is your message. I'm not concerned with the message by Getobun Kanata. I'm talking about your message. I'm talking about your message. So after 20th September, you still reposted this message, despite having it posted it before.
Yes, it was after the verification by the deputy.
You have posted this message twice. That is what you're saying. You cannot have it both ways, Madam Governor.
After the verification.
And Madam Governor, turn to page 170, where you make reference to the DG. Please read that message aloud. They want him to recover what?
Yeah. They want him to recover what? Mtoshio invested every kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment worth CEC finance surely. Ungratefulness is a curse. Results coming up.
Governor, I will tell you, so that I move away from that issue, that the message at page 174, where you malign your deputy, the message at 176.
What about this one that I've just read?
And the message at 179 are all inconsistent with the theme that you are the foremost peacemaker in Meru County. True or correct? True or false?
False.
Okay, let us move. Madam Speaker, at this point I'll request the Secretary to play video in support of Country video number 3A.
Secretariat, you got it? Which one, Council?
3A.
3A.
3A,
Display
yes.
3A. What's happening?
Madam Speaker, maybe can my time stop running as we prepare?
Technical staff, what's happening? Did you say 3A?
3A, 3A, Madam Speaker.
Is there a problem with 3A? Council, are you able to go to another question as they prepare? Or
Madam Speaker, at this point I wanted
process?
the videos to be played in quick
Okay.
succession in the interest of time so that I ask the questions that all the 4 videos have been played.
Who submitted that video? Is it a flash disk?
Yes, we submitted 3 flash disks.
It is by a county assembly or
by the county assembly, Madam Speaker.
the clip by county assembly?
Yes, yes, in our videos. Our video
And
number.
it is in which flash disk?
It is, I don't remember the model, but it is.
The team county assembly, can you kindly assist? 3A.
Yes, it is video number 3A. Video, the folder is videos in support of count 3, and it is 3A inside the folder.
Okay, technical team, are you able to get that?
kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi kirina toba bingi nationally gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi kirina toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3 be played.
Is that the one?
That is 3A, yes. I want 3B to be played. I want all of them to be played. Then I can pose the questions.
Okay, team, any other?
3B.
3B, do you have 3B? Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3C be played.
Say that again.
I request that video number 3C be played because I'm strained for time.
Number C.
Yes, number C now.
Okay, move on to C.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi ku make decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi tumbo zao. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Madam Speaker, we can move to video number 3D. 3D.
3D.
Yes, the final one.
Proceed.
Yanare antithiritie mweri jumwe gitine achoka meri etano etathira tuona gakobia kairi Saitani ashindwe mwana na tora kuriria ko Romero mwakare wauge mwakoro waugare ari mwari wamba yambugithia mbusa leti bwathigire Kawira wene kigua ibwathigire kyojo yero maru tutiomboka kumboka tusema na ili abo kienine Bwana asifiwe na ndi nyambo kama tio kabuyo kama utaneze kama tako impeachment ya vivi atia kubia diderie ta kama liganiria kwamba bantu kwera bonjuria la kalivale banjuria ndare la medo bijathira mukama tio kabuyo akamba mbaka kobia umageta pena kiangala kengine kyo bakaije kama koroga Mulungu abalinga 20-0 na ndibao kanebeje tukuja tutiku aike ndare akobia kakana patato makiria roda indira thirikari kuyo batwira na turienda 2027 ngugichia muntu chiarie uti umuntu amba